It's an axiom that seemed to hold true forever because the rules of Boston, New York have changed. It was an historical fact, long a matter of record, that the Yankees would come out on top.
Three-run home run for Buckington, and the Yankees are going to the World Series!
But as of 2004, that rule became more of a guideline.
The Red Sox have won the American League pennant.
And now it's officially off the books.
And the Boston Red Sox have won the World Series for the second time in the last 4 years.
For baseball's greatest rivalry, the intensity, the passion, the excitement are still the same. But now, Red Sox-Yankees is anybody's game. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. It is a cool, windy night at Fenway Park. The wind is blowing in. Good news for a pitcher. Not so good if you're a slugger. And there are lots of sluggers whenever the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox go head-to-head here at Fenway. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller, along with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. Now, both of these clubs are hurting. Derek Jeter will be out again tonight. He's missed all 3 of the weekend games. Jorge Posada can only DH. The Red Sox are without World Series MVP Mike Lowell. He's on the DL. And slugger David Ortiz gets a night off, and he's mired in the worst slump of his career. However, Joe, but these two teams, there are still plenty of stars to go around even without those guys.
Well, John, there are a lot of great offensive players in Major League Baseball, but there are only a few players that can carry their team for long stretches of a time. We have 2 of those guys tonight, A-Rod and Manny Ramirez. Remember last year, A-Rod carried the Yankees the first month of the season, kept them in the race until everybody else got hot. Well, Manny Ramirez is going to have to do the same thing this year until Big Papi starts swinging the bat. But we know Big Papi will swing the bat before the season's over.
I have no doubt whatsoever. Peter Gammons is here with us, and Peter, Daisuke Matsuzaka, he's pitching against the Yankees here. He finished poorly last year. He's off to a great start this year. What's been the difference?
Well, John, Daisuke Matsuzaka has looked comfortable. This his second act. He hasn't allowed more than 2 earned runs in any of his 3 starts. Has a 147 earned run average and leads the league in strikeouts with 22 in 18 1/3 innings. Pitching coach John Farrell says the 27-year-old Matsuzaka this year knows what to expect in terms of American hitters, not to mention expectations of him. In contrast to the end of last season when his ERA in his last 8 starts was 7.14, Matsuzaka has not overthrown. He's commanded his fastball down on both sides of the plate and demonstrated an improved command of his curveball, cutter, and changeup. His teammates say Daisuke loves to play and has started off this season pitching as if he's freed from the rabid expectations of 2 worlds, his homeland and Red Sox Nation. John?
And he is the great pitcher from the Seibu Lions in Japan. He'll be up against the great slugger from the Tokyo Giants, Matsui. The Yankees and the Red Sox, the rubber match of the series when we come back.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Cisco. Welcome to the Human Network. And Forgetting Sarah Marshall, the new comedy from the makers of The 40-Year-Old Virgin and Knocked Up, in theaters Friday.
High definition on ESPN HD, presented by Olivia. Fenway Park on a cool New England night. It's a little chilly. There's Joe Girardi, first-year manager of the New York Yankees, former National League Manager of the Year. And his Yankees are even at 6-6 at game time, as are the Red Sox. Let's take a look at the Yankee batting order now, presented by Taco Bell, as the Red Sox take the field. It'll be Johnny Damon in center field, hitting 195. Robinson Cano, second base, 188. Bobby Abreu, right field, 310. He's going well. Alex Rodriguez, third base, 289. Couple of home runs. Hideki Matsui, 342. Left field, Jorge Posada, who cannot throw, so he's DHing. Jason Giambi at first base, hitting 080. Jose Molina, one of the catching Molina brothers, he's hit well. And Alberto Gonzalez, the rookie, subbing for Derek Jeter, who likely will be back in the lineup tomorrow night. And there is Damon along with Cano, the first two Yankee hitters, up against that man, Daisuke Matsuzaka. 3 starts, 18 1/3 innings, Joe, only 8 hits allowed.
Well, I've watched him pitch several times on TV this year, and I mean, he's throwing the ball very, very well. And let's take a look at the scouting report. He has a wide variety of pitches, which obviously makes him a little more difficult than other pitchers to hit. But he still walks a lot of guys. He falls behind, and you can tell if he's throwing well, if he feels like he has a good enough fastball to go after the hitters on the first strikes and without falling behind in the count. And let's take a look at the defense. Pretty good defense there. But Kevin Youkilis over at third base is taking over for Mike Lowell.
Youkilis won a Gold Glove last year at first base. He's become one of the best fielding first basemen around, but he's at third base now. Wednesday night, Youkilis was at first base, and he played one the hard way. Look at that. But got his man. Then 1 inning later, as we take another look at that, you just soon not get an out that way, but he got it. The next inning, he was at third base as Mike Lowell had gotten hurt, and he moved right across the diamond. Looked like he'd been there all along. Kevin Youkilis has played quite a few games over at third base in his big league career, but he has a major league record 197 consecutive errorless games at first base. So here we go. And one thing to make note of, the Yankees have 6 left-handed hitters in the order, 5 lefties and 1 switch hitter who will bat lefty, Posada. And Daisuke's only allowed 2 hits to left-handed batters so far this year. Lefties are 2 for 27 as a group against him, and 0.74 average. So he has been murder on lefties up till now this year. Here's Johnny Damon. And we are underway. 1 ball and no strikes to Damon. And there he is, Joe, falling behind the hitter.
Well, I think that's the key for him tonight, especially with the weather being what it is, wind blowing out to right field, and all those left-handed hitters, he's going to have to stay ahead, or else he falls behind 2-0 there, and now he has to come in, and again, the wind is blowing out toward right field. I'm sure it'll be swirling as the evening goes along, but right now it's blowing toward right field.
2-0 to Johnny Damon. 46 degrees at game time. That's a strike. .46 degrees. The wind anywhere from 14 up to 25 miles an hour. Is that where when it gets up there we say gusting to 25? The forecast, cloudy.
I'm trying to check that 46, see if that's accurate.
I think we might be into the wind chill factors here.
Yeah.
And that one dropped low and inside for a ball. 3-1 to Johnny Damon.
And that's one of the problems that Matsuzaka has every once in a while. 2-1 with the leadoff hitter. He took the 2-0 fastball, but he threw him a breaking ball on 2-1.
And he walks him.
I mean, you just do not do that.
And Robinson Cano will come up. Derek Jeter missing an entire series at Fenway Park. This past Monday in the first inning of a Yankee game, he hurt his left leg when he beat out a potential double play grounder. He left the game in the 3rd inning, and he was diagnosed with a strained left quadricep. And it is odd to see Jeter not playing here. He had played in 94 consecutive games at Fenway Park, which is the most by a Yankee at Fenway since the Iron Man himself, Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse. And from 1925 through 1938, Gehrig played in 145 straight Yankee games at Fenway.
Well, John, they put 46 degrees up there, and you're right, they didn't factor in the wind chill factor. So it's 38 degrees. I'm still going to question that as well, but 38 is a lot better than 46 when I'm feeling as I'm feeling up here. And I talked to Jason Giambi and Robinson Cano around the cage today, and they both said that they're swinging the bats well. You know, they're struggling batting average wise. Cano hitting 188, but they're swinging the bats well. They said they're hitting balls at people, and they're just having some bad luck right now. But they're not really swinging the bats nearly as poorly as their average might indicate.
This is Giambi in the dugout. There goes Damon. The ball is fouled, and that's interesting to see Damon take off. He used to be a prolific base stealer. The Yankees have not stolen a base this year in 12 games. They're the only team in the majors without one. Damon or anybody else, nobody has stolen a base so far from manager Joe Girardi.
Well, if you look at this lineup, John, there's not a lot of base stealers in this lineup. I mean, especially today with Jeter being out. I mean, you have Damon and maybe Cano. Bobby Abreu used to steal bases, but there's not nearly as they do not run nearly as much now as they did before when they were a little younger.
1-2 the count to Cano. He lunged at that one. Coco Crisp in center, and Damon will have to go back to first. One away.
I mentioned to Bobby Abreu also today, I said, you're 0 for 10 against Daisuke, and he wasn't aware of that. And he was 0 for 11 against Edwin Jackson. But Daisuke is the one that has been able to contain him lately, especially the last couple of years.
He struck out 10 times in those, or he struck out 4 times in those 10 at-bats against Daisuke. And you mentioned Edwin Jackson, and that's kind of surprising. He's done so poorly against Edwin, but Edwin right now, everybody's doing poorly so far this year against Tampa Bay's Edwin Jackson. He's off to a great start. So here's Abreu, Venezuela native. And a curveball. That's low for ball one. Abreu drove in 101 runs last year for the Yankees. He had only 283, which is a poor average for him. Remember how poorly he got off to or started the season for the Yankees last year.
Last year, a lot of the Yankees struggled early, and again, A-Rod just put them on his back and carried them their first month, kept them in the race.
Here's A-Rod on deck. 1 out, 1 on. Damon runs. The throw down. He beats it. And the first steal of the year for the Yankees.
Well, he picked a good pitch, a sinker down and away. Varitek has to go out. He got a pretty good jump. Varitek has to reach down and away, and then he comes up with the best pitch to throw on. Of course, is a high pitch, pretty much in the middle of the plate, but up. That would be a better pitch to throw to second base on.
Johnny Damon had 27 steals last year, but his first of this season. Abreu.
Ball 3.
And the count goes to 3-0 with Alex Rodriguez looming on deck. So Matsuzaka starting off poorly with his control here, walking the first batter, Damon. He got Cano, but now he's got a 3-0 count to Abreu. And Abreu is one of those guys, you have to throw him strikes. He gets a lot of walks. He's very particular about what he swings at. And he never swung at anything there. He got 4 pitches out of the zone. And A-Rod is coming up with 2 men on.
Number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Well, opposing teams usually boo the stars of the other teams, the best players.
Well, if that doesn't warm Alex on a cold night, what will?
It's kind of a badge of honor there.
This could be two. Youkilis the second one. Pedroia to first. Two. A double play. Now they're cheering. The Yankees go down. Now young Phil Hughes will take the mound. Red Sox coming up. Manager Terry Francona. He's already about the most successful Red Sox manager there ever was, having won 2 World Series at the helm of the Sox in 4 years. Now the Red Sox batting order is turned in by Francona. Jacoby Ellsbury in his first full year, left field. Dustin Pedroia, second base, rookie of the year last year. J.D. Drew, right field. He's hot, 387 average. Manny Ramirez, 3 RBIs yesterday, 11 already this year for the DH. Kevin Youkilis, third base. Sean Casey, now at first base with Lowell out. Jason Varitek, the catcher, hitting 7th. Coco Crisp in center, and Julio Lugo is at shortstop, batting 9th. And Phil Hughes, 21-year-old right-hander on the hill for the New York Yankees, and he is pitching here at Fenway. And as a kid, he was really a Red Sox fan. His dad is from New England. His grandma lived in Rhode Island, and he would come up to visit his grandmother, and they'd go see the Red Sox play on occasion at Fenway Park. So here is Ellsbury from Madras, Oregon. John was facing big Phil Hughes. And a fastball is too high. 1 ball and no strikes.
John, you know, I was talking about Matsuzaka and how he needs to get ahead of the hitters. It's even more important for Hughes. He threw like 8 out of 20 pitches for strikes, first pitch strikes, in his last start on Tuesday. When he gets ahead of the opponents, they hit 118. When he gets behind 1-0, they hit 500. So it's even more important for him to throw strikes tonight.
Well, he fell behind initially to Ellsbury. Now it's 2 balls and a strike to Jacoby Ellsbury, who was such a jolt of adrenaline for the Red Sox last September. He had a great September coming up in the minor leagues, and then he had a great World Series. And the count goes to 3-1. Ellsbury hit .438 in the World Series against the Colorado Rockies last year.
But John, they always find your weakness if you're a young player, and they've learned that they could pound him inside. So he doesn't handle that ball right there. The ball's inside. He's a little late on it, and that's one of the reasons that he hasn't hit 350 or so, you know, continuing this season.
250 so far for Ellsbury, who's been getting out base a lot.
But he'll make the adjustments. That's what happens. When you come to the big leagues, you get a hot start, the pitchers make an adjustment to you, and then you have to make an adjustment back because they will find a weakness.
Half swing and a foul. Very protective swing there against Hughes. Phil Hughes one of the outstanding young pitching prospects in the game. He's only 21 years old. And his manager, Joe Girardi, is talking about Hughes, and he pitched in a miserable day in Kansas City several days ago. It was cold and it was wet, and he had a hard time throwing strikes, first pitch or otherwise. And he walks Ellsbury to start this one off. But he did not last long in that game because his pitch count was so high.
You know, he said he, spent the whole winter not knowing exactly when, if he was going to be with the Yankees or not.
He was a first-round draft choice of the Yankees, 23rd overall pick in 2004. An all-star in the minors a couple years ago. And ironically, he was primarily a third baseman until his sophomore year in high school.
Well, he wasn't sure if he was going to be included in the trade they were trying to make for Johan Santana. And he said he spent the winter wondering if he was going to be starting for the Yankees or if he was going to be in Minnesota. And, of course, they did not make the trade for Santana, and he remained with the Yankees, and Brian Cashman made a decision that he was going to go with the young guys.
And I think that was a wise decision.
We'll see. John, we'll find out how wise it was, later on. There are a lot of people in New York that feel like they should have gone out and acquired Santana.
Well, it could have looked good this year.
Right. Well,
but Hughes might end up looking good for several years.
But I think the Yankees are trying to win this year. I mean, the Red Sox have won 2 world championships since the Yankees have won one. So I think the Yankees would like to break that streak. And I know the new owner, the new voice of the Yankees, Hank Steinbrenner, was interested in bringing Santana to New York.
Yeah, there was talk that he was pushing for it, but Brian Cashman felt that they needed to keep these young guys. The payroll tends to keep going up if you don't ever develop any young guys. There goes Ellsbury. They pitch out, and Molina's thrown way offline and off the glove of Gonzalez, and over to third base goes Ellsbury. Jacoby Ellsbury with his second steal of the year, and he ends up at third base.
Was not a great pitch out. You want the pitch out. We talked about getting the pitch up and away. Up. Anytime you're going to pitch out, you want the ball up, not low. See, he reaches back for it, actually. Backhands the ball. Now he has to throw it. So that was not a well-executed pitch out. So you want it up. See, I had to reach back and get it. You want the ball up around chest high and away from the plate, and he didn't get it there.
Jose Molina, is very rare for him to make a throw like that. He'd thrown out 46% of those trying to steal against him last year.
A lot of times when you pitch out, it puts a lot of pressure on the catcher to make a good throw as well. I mean, you realize if you pitch out, I better get him, or you look bad. That's exactly what a lot of catchers think.
Now it's 2-1 to Pedroia, and there's Ellsbury at third base. The Yankee infield stays back. Pedroia, last year's American League Rookie of the Year. And a foul out of play. In fact, Ellsbury and Pedroia yesterday fueled the Red Sox comeback against Mike Messina. Ellsbury got a base hit, and then Pedroia doubled him to third, and Manny Ramirez eventually, with 2 out, hit a double to knock them both in, and the Red Sox, who were trailing 2-1, went ahead 3-2, went on to win the game. You're talking about the young Phil Hughes. He might be facing these guys, Ellsbury and Pedroia, for many years to come. Curveball in the dirt. Nice save there by Molina, and it's a 3-2 count. J.D. Drew on deck, not David Ortiz, Joe. And with Ortiz in such a terrible slump, does it surprise you, though, that he's not in there with the Yankees in town tonight?
Yes, it does surprise me that the Yankees are the Yankees, and David Ortiz's presence in the lineup means something. Not just his bat, but his presence means something. Even though he's not swinging the bat, it only takes one swing, John, to get a guy started sometimes.
Only 3 for 43 to start the year. That's the worst start he's ever had. It's the worst 43 at bat stretch at any time, start of the year or not. 3-2 the count.
There's Big Papi. Always has the smile on his face. Doesn't matter if he's 40 for 43 or 3 for 43. He's the same person.
Manny Ramirez, the DH, and a big curveball struck him out.
That really fooled Pedroia because he ducked, and I'm not sure the pitch was a strike, but because he ducked, the umpire couldn't get a good view of it anyway. I mean, you watch him, he's completely fooled. Watch him duck right there. He buckles. It is a strike. It comes down, but he was completely fooled by that pitch. That's his second best pitch, according to Hughes. His best pitch is his fastball, and his power-breaking curveball is his second best. His slider's his third best, and of course he's been working on a changeup.
And a fastball to Drew off the inside for ball one. J.D. Drew, 387, 3 homers, 8 runs batted in. Drew, who did not have a very good first year with the Red Sox, although he seemed to catch fire late in the postseason in the big games. And the curveball hangs high, 2-0. Manny Ramirez is on deck. But the way he turned it around in the League Championship Series against Cleveland in the World Series led to hope in Red Sox Nation that Drew would come back and have the year they were hoping for when they signed him. That's a ball up and away, 3-0.
If you're sitting at home and you're watching these pitches, and you'll see a 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Daisuke, and you'll see a 90 to 92 from Hughes, and you'll think, well, Hughes' ball looks faster. Well, it is because there's late movement on his pitches. Daisuke doesn't have that late movement like Hughes does.
It's a 4-pitch walk, so Hughes has walked 2 in the inning. And here comes Manny with runners at first and third, and 1 out. Manny Ramirez, who is a great hitter, a great RBI man, but he seems to be even better against the Yankees.
Well, he's from New York, so you want to always perform well against your hometown team.
He grew up within sight of Yankee Stadium. Manny in his last 30 games against the Yankees is hitting .456 with 12 homers and 33 RBIs. 3 of them came yesterday. He had a homer and an RBI yesterday. Blew a fastball by him, 0-1.
Well, see, you can see the late movement on his fastball, whereas Daisuke's ball doesn't move like that.
Manny's got 53 career home runs against the Yankees. Only Jimmy Fox, a Hall of Famer, and Ted Williams, a Hall of Famer, are ahead of him. He's equal with another Hall of Famer, Hank Greenberg, and one ahead of another Hall of Famer, Carl Yastrzemski.
Some of those came with Cleveland.
Didn't all come with the Red Sox. But that's the all-time list, whether the guy's with the Red Sox or not. So Manny seemed to have been better against the Yankees since he became a Red Sox player. Born in the Dominican Republic, but his family moved to New York. He really grew up there. And the legend of Manny Ramirez began in New York in high school. And Manny was legendary for his work ethic. They said when he got to high school, it didn't look like he was going to be that much of a player, but he worked hard, and he would go out every morning at 5 a.m. to start his running program. He'd tie a tire from a car around his waist, and he'd drag it up a hill while he was running.
Man, that's a nasty pitch right there. And that's one of the reasons that Manny's such a good hitter. He could not handle this pitch, so he took it. I mean, it's a fastball that starts middle of the plate and just dives. Look at, you see the catcher have to reach over there and get it. Knee high toward the outside corner. Excellent pitch there by Philip Hughes.
1-2 the count to Manny Ramirez.
Every once in a while, a guy with overpowering stuff, he'll throw a pitch that you just can't hit because there's so much movement on it and the location is perfect.
Runners at first and third. Look out. But bend back away from that 92-mile-an-hour heater.
Well, they were trying to go, they went down and away. They were trying to just go up. I don't think they weren't trying to go in, but just up. Get Manny to chase something out of the strike zone.
We've seen a lot of heat. What about the curve now?
Well, he's got the great power curveball. Manny Ramirez can handle any pitch, so it's a matter of keeping him off balance. If you want to throw him the curve, you throw it, but I think they're trying to get him to hit something on the ground for one thing.
Middle infield, double play depth with 1 out. Look out. Staying with the hard stuff, crowding him again. Full count.
Well, this is a situation where I believe you go ahead and send J.D. Drew, try to stay out of the double play. Because if Manny hits it on the ground, you're probably going to get a double play grounder if he's not running. And J.D. Drew does have speed.
23 pitches already thrown by young Phil Hughes in this inning. He's going to a 3-ball count on all 4 of the hitters. Drew is a fairly fast runner as well. And he is running. On the fists, a pop-up. That will reach back out of play.
Well, if the Yankees are noticing, Drew got a late start there. So if he does strike Manny out, you should throw through to second base. Because he didn't get a good jump on that particular pitch.
Ellsbury led off the inning with a walk, stole second, went to third when the throw went into center field. Pedroia struck out. Drew walked. Runners at first and third. 3-2 to Manny Ramirez. Only 1 out. And Manny backs away. Time is taken. Manny DHing tonight with Big Papi not in the lineup. Both teams will travel after the game. Drew runs. Curveball. Base hit. Ellsbury will score. Drew to third, and he'll be held at third. 1-0 Red Sox.
What'd you say about that curveball? I tell you, he's such a good hitter, John, that you throw him a lot of fastballs. They did. He fights them off, and a fastball in, he stays in. I think you have to go after him with a fastball. That's a sinker away. He threw him all fastballs until he threw him the curveball on 3-2, the second 3-2 pitch. Look at that. And it's a perfect pitch, too. Look at that. Down and away, and he just goes the other way. Sometimes when a guy's fighting your fastball off like that, you're doing him a favor by throwing him something off speed. When you have a hitter as good as Manny, if you throw it for a strike, you're doing him a favor. If you throw it and it breaks out of the zone, he may chase it. But he is such a good hitter, you can't do that very often with 2 strikes.
And a curveball for ball 1 to Kevin Youkilis. Manny Ramirez with his 156th RBI against the Yankees. Only 2 hitters in the last 50 years have had more than that against the Yankees. Yastrzemski and, man, we saw last week another Hall of Famer, Al Kaline. Youkilis to center field. Drew tagging at third as Damon makes the catch. He'll throw into second as Drew heads home. 2-0 Boston.
And a good job by Youkilis. Keep the ball off the ground and get the runner in from third.
Seventh RBI for Youkilis this year. And Phil Hughes, 27 pitches thrown in just the first inning. And the inning is not over yet. Here is Sean Casey. Casey most recently with the Detroit Tigers. And a strike from Hughes, a rare first pitch strike in this inning from Phil Hughes. And Joe, I remember when the Red Sox signed Sean Casey, I thought, well, Sean Casey's an excellent professional hitter, pretty good at first base. I can see a lot of teams wanting to sign him, but why the Red Sox? They had Kevin Youkilis at first base. Big Papi's the DH. Where are they going to put him? But here he is, Lowell on the disabled list, and he's filling that hole at first base with Youkilis moving over to third.
Well, I think you made the point. He's a professional hitter. He's a guy that, you know if he comes off the bench or someone gets injured, as Lowell did, you can put him in there and you don't lose a lot because he's an excellent hitter, especially against right-handed pitching.
I remember in that World Series with the Tigers 2 years ago against the Cardinals. Cardinals won that World Series, but Sean Casey was one of the hitting stars for Detroit. Most of the guys were not hitting after the long layoff, but Casey got hot and he started hitting the long ball as well, which you don't really associate ordinarily with Sean Casey. Casey had 2 home runs and hit .529 in that World Series year before last. 2 down. Ramirez at first, and a fastball from Hughes is very high, and the pitch count continues to rise. He's up over 30 pitches. This is a genuine high stress inning.
And John, they're very careful with him. They said they don't want him to throw more than 95 pitches. So
look at that, his last start 5 days ago against the Kansas City Royals. He threw 87 pitches by the 4th inning. He pitched in the 4th inning, never got anybody out. They finally took him out with the pitch count astronomical. Casey out in the Death Valley. Abreu on the run. No! An automatic double, and Manny Ramirez, who would have scored, will have to stop at third on the automatic double by Sean Casey. That's a home run in any other ballpark. 380 feet to that spot here.
Well, I thought he got in on Casey a little bit, but he did not. His fastball down, and Casey, very good low fastball hitter. And it bounces into the seats. Ground rule double.
The area that Carl Yastrzemski and Fred Lynn used to call Death Valley, especially this time of the year. Coverage of Major League Baseball continues Monday night. That's tomorrow night as the Boston Red Sox travel to Cleveland, take on the Cleveland Indians, a rematch of last year's American League Championship Series. Monday Night Baseball on ESPN at 7 Eastern. Some may see ESPN News in select areas. And the batter will be Jason Varitek. 2 runs in for Boston, and it would have been 3 if that ball had stayed in play. So here's the veteran Varitek, hitting .270, a couple of homers, 3 batted in. Been a kind of a nightmare now for Phil Hughes in this inning. 32 pitches thrown, and the inning is not over yet. Runners at second and third, 2 down. And fastball at the knees for a strike. Varitek is the 7th batter of the inning. Now Daisuke had his own problems with control. He walked 2 of the first 3 hitters in the first half of the inning, as did Hughes here. But Daisuke got A-Rod to ground into an inning-ending double play. Manny Ramirez ended up hitting the RBI single. Youkilis with a sacrifice fly. And he crossed up catcher Jose Molina. And they'll talk it over. And the Yankee bullpen with Ohlendorf starting to throw. That's Ross Ohlendorf, another young Yankee prospect in the big leagues now.
If you're the Yankees, the one thing you hope for is that some of these young pitchers will get more experience as the year goes along, and that they will be better in the second half than they are in the first half of the season. That's what you hope for.
And keep in mind how young Hughes is. He's the youngest Yankee to start at Fenway in 24 years. He's only 21 years old.
You're going to have a lot of growing pains with young pitchers. I mean, it's just the name of the game.
Just off the outside. And now Molina's going to go out and talk to Hughes. The last time there was a Yankee pitcher this young who started at Fenway, his name was Jose Rijo. And he had growing pains, but eventually he turned into an outstanding pitcher, one of the best in the game.
I don't think there's any doubt in the Yankee land that Hughes is going to be a good pitcher. You know, when you talk to any of the executives or some of the scouts, they all think he's going to be an excellent pitcher. It's just a matter of time.
You saw Joe Girardi and the pitching coach Dave Island looking on from the visitors' dugout. 1-2 the count, and that's fouled away. Some kind of an off-speed, maybe a changeup. Got it up.
Well, I think that's why Molina went out there. He said, we've thrown everything, fastball, curveball, but we have not thrown a changeup. And, you know, you figure that Jason Varitek wouldn't be looking for something that he hasn't seen. Because, you know, as you mentioned, he's a 7th hitter. And when you're sitting in the dugout, you watch how the other pitchers, how he's pitching to other hitters.
Manny at third, Casey at second. Back to the fastball, the high hard one, and fought off by Varitek. Jason Varitek, final year of his contract. And he's the guy who handles those Red Sox pitchers and has done such a great job of it. The Yankees regular catcher, Jorge Posada, is not catching right now because his arm is giving him some trouble. Curveball, and it crossed him up again. Missed by Molina, and here comes Manny with the third Boston run of the inning. Curveball, and Molina thought something else was coming. And they'll talk about it.
Well, you can see Molina thinks it's a fastball. See how he raises up? Because he saw the trajectory was going to be high, so he started up to get the fastball, and it broke down because it was a curveball. So, as you said, they had a mix-up there, and it cost the Yankees a run.
And it's the second time in the inning that they've had that mix-up. They're going to score that as a pass ball, but if he'd known it was coming, I think he would have caught it.
When you have a runner at second base, obviously you change your signals. You don't go the first signal or the second signal. You change them.
Another curveball. Strike three call. Varitek argues the call with plate umpire Jerry Crawford to no avail. Hideki Matsui coming up against Daisuke. A cold night in April, and the Red Sox with a 3-run first inning against rookie Phil Hughes. Red Sox, who have been on the move. On March 19th, they went from Florida to Tokyo, Japan, and eventually played the first 2 games of the season there. Then back to Los Angeles, up to Oakland, then from Oakland to Toronto. And then Toronto finally to opening day at Fenway, where Bill Buckner threw out the first pitch. They traveled just under 16,000 miles on that odyssey that lasted for about 3 weeks' time.
I think that was the toughest part, being on the road for 3 weeks. Not so much just the distance that they traveled, but that extended time on the road.
Daisuke Matsuzaka, formerly Seibu Lions right-hander, against the former Tokyo Giants slugger Hideki Matsui, and that's a ball and a strike. I asked Matsui about facing Daisuke. He said, well, they only faced, because they were in different leagues over there, they only faced in all-star games and once in the Japan series. They said Daisuke struck him out 3 times in a game in the Japan series at one time. And the slider is in there for a called strike. So sort of a self-deprecating bit of information from Matsui. And when we do a little more research on it, Joe, we may find that he got Daisuke somewhere in there too. But
I think it was more of a motivating, self-motivation type speech to himself.
Okay, so he owes him. And the slider is low. Matsui is 1 for 7 against Daisuke in the big leagues, but Daisuke has not struck him out in a major league game. Matsui hitting .342 to start the year. 2 homers, 6 batted in. A lot of his teammates slumping. He's hit well. Another breaking ball and a check swing. Vandertek checking with the third base umpire, Paul Nauert. Denied. 3-2. Matsui's lifetime numbers here in the big leagues with the Yankees facing Matsuzaka since he became a Red Sox just last year. Daisuke won 15 games last year, which all in all is not too bad, but he finished very poorly. And a foul out of play. Still 3-2. Matsuzaka pitched the first game of the season in Tokyo against the Oakland Athletics, and then faced Oakland in Oakland when they resumed the season back in the U.S. And wherever he's pitched pretty well. But he's thrown a lot of pitches early here, not compared to Phil Hughes, though. Phil Hughes threw 39 pitches in the first inning alone. That's almost a 3-inning total in 1 inning. They threw him a breaking ball in 3-2.
Well, that looked a little more personal matchup there, John, because you have a 3-run lead and you walk the leadoff hitter.
Not supposed to happen.
Not supposed to happen. That was a matchup made in Japan right there. They were just a 1-on-1 right there. And
I have a feeling there are a huge number of people who were just watching that matchup in Japan.
Right. And here as well. But I'm sure that that's what that was, because he threw him 3 straight breaking balls, actually.
So that's 3 walks by Daisuke to 5 hitters faced. And here's Jorge Posada. Starts him with the breaking ball. Snaps in there for a strike. 0-1. Posada, 36 years old now, 5-time All-Star. Hitting .250, 1 homer, 3 batted in. But his arm has not been quite right. They think he might be able to catch as early as tomorrow. They're going to wait till tomorrow to decide on both Posada and Jeter in terms of them both getting back in the lineup in their normal positions as the changeup misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jeter, for his part, would like to have played tonight, but Joe Girardi says, hey, it's cold. Jeter's got the quadricep muscle injury. There's Derek. And the arm problem for Posada. Says, why risk anything on a cold night in New England? They're going to go to Tampa Bay next. It'll be much warmer. Another breaking ball. He has not thrown a fastball for a good long while, Joe. 2-1 the count.
Well, when I talked to Posada today, he said he felt good, so I'm sure that he will, try it the next day or so. But you're right. I mean, you just watch Daisuke. This is the way he pitched last year at the beginning of the season. A lot of breaking balls, pitching, backwards, so to speak. He has a 3-run lead, yet he's pitching like he's in a 0-0 ball game.
2-1 the count to Jorge Posada. Hideki Matsui, who led off the inning with a walk, is at first.
Well,
Casey's on the bag with him.
You'll get to see a fastball anyway.
And he misses with a fastball. 3-1. We were talking about Derek Jeter and his injury. Peter Gammons downstairs.
Well, Derek said he thinks he's going to be able to play tomorrow night in Tampa, which is really important to him. He actually wanted to play tonight, but they just said, no, it's so cold, you can't take the chance. But as you guys are talking about, he wants to play every game in this ballpark.
Well, it's the Red Sox Yankees, and Derek is the quintessential Yankee.
I'm surprised that Posada took that pitch, John. 3-1 fastball, pretty much in the middle of the plate.
3-2 the count now. What about Matsui, Joe, with his club down by 3?
No, I don't think. Well, we'll get a look at Joe Girardi. He's the new manager. If it was Joe Torre, I'd say no, but I don't know exactly how
he's running.
He's going to play it, and you see a difference right there.
Fastball in the fist, and here's Varitek. He makes the catch. Nice pitch there by Matsuzaka. It gets Posada, and Matsui had to go back to first.
That's why I'm surprised that he took the 3-1 fastball. It was a great pitch to hit, and he took it. Now this is a fastball that ties him up inside, and he can't get to it. See, that fastball's in, and he can't get the barrel of the bat to the ball, and he pops it up. But we just saw one difference between Joe Girardi and Joe Torre, because Joe Torre I don't think he would have run in that situation, and Girardi did. Yesterday, I think Joe Torre would have walked Manny Ramirez in the situation where he had runners at second and third and first base open, and Girardi didn't. So, I mean, they're two different guys, and you expect that. Everyone's different.
Here is Jason Giambi. He had Kevin Youkilis on deck, and if he had walked Ramirez intentionally, Messina would have had to contend with Kevin Youkilis.
Yeah, but I would rather pitch to Youkilis than to pitch to Manny Ramirez. I think Manny Ramirez has a track record of being a Yankee killer, and not only that, I mean, he's got a track record of driving it, being a great RBI man. But look, you get a feel for the game, and that's what managers do. He felt at that time he didn't want to walk Manny.
And he conversed with Messina. He had Messina apparently involved in the decision-making process there yesterday. First time Manny faced Messina was the 4th inning, or it was the second time he faced him, but he hit a home run against him in the 4th inning. Into the monster seats. Then hits the conversation. Runners at second and third, first base open. Messina said he'd rather go after Manny, and Manny hit that curveball into the gap for a 2-run double. That put the Red Sox ahead, a lead they never gave up.
I mean, you have to respect the manager for getting the input of a veteran, like Messina. He wouldn't ask Philip Hughes that, of course, but you would ask a veteran like Messina, you get his input. But I still think it's the manager's decision to make. You get input from your veteran, but I still think you have to make the decision.
Jason Giambi trying to get it going. Giambi with a 1-2 count. He's 2 for 25 this year. Daisuke misses with that fastball in. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He told me that he was swinging the bat well. He said he's just not getting any luck. And there you see Tony Pena and Big Papi hitting less than Jason Giambi.
Of course, that's 25 at bats for Giambi and 43 at bats for David Ortiz. Matsui still at first, 1 out. They've got the shift on for Giambi as he pulls one foul toward the Boston dugout. There's nobody anywhere near third base. Third baseman Youkilis is playing shortstop. Shortstop Lugo played second base, and the second baseman Pedroia is trying to plug that hole between first and second. Matsui at first with Casey playing him on the bag. 3-0 Boston ahead, a 3-run first against the rookie Hughes. Jose Molina, a right-handed hitter, the catcher, is on deck. 2-2 the count. There's Ellsbury, very shallow left. Not this time for Giambi. 2 down. Here's Steve Berthium with a Sports Center right now. Thanks, Steve. And here is Jose Molina. Molina, the second of the 3 catching Molina brothers. His older brother, Benji Molina, is the cleanup hitter for the San Francisco Giants this year, leading the Giants in RBIs. He had 2 hits in that game today in San Francisco. Did Benji. And his kid brother, Yadier Molina, is the catcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. And Yadier, playing in the same game against Benji, also had 2 hits today. So now Jose, he's the sort of the sandwich pick of the Molina brothers. And Youkilis with the force out at second on Matsui. The inning is over. 3-0 Red Sox as we go to the last of the second. Hughes back to the hill. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park on a cold, windy night in New England. And the Boston Red Sox with a 3-0 lead over rookie Phil Hughes and the Yankees. Hughes hoping for a quick inning after a monumentally long first inning, a 39-pitch inning, and he throws ball 1 to Coco Crisp, who ran up as if to bunt. A lot of speed coming up here for the Red Sox with Crisp, Lugo, and then leadoff man Ellsbury. You get 3 guys in a row who all have excellent speed. There's the bunt. A-Rod barehanded. Nice play, but not in time.
Man. Giambi thought they got him.
Tom Hallion with the call. I thought he was going to call him out from here.
Well, Giambi thought they had him. Nice bunt. A-Rod was waiting for it. Barehands it. Fires to first. Very, very close from that angle. Well, very close. Tie goes to the runner.
Almost got to beat the runner.
Yeah.
So it could well have been a great call by Tom Hallion. Crisp with a bunt single, one way or the other. And Julio Lugo, they pitched out here. This is where the Red Sox last year were a little bit different than a lot of Red Sox teams in my recollection, because they had some genuine base stealing threats in Crisp and Lugo, and then Ellsbury was added in September. Now Crisp back to the bag. And oftentimes when they're hitting together like this, Terry Francona figures, hey, if Chris can steal a bag, let's send him over there. There he goes. Bluffing the bunt. Molina. Safe. Coco Crisp with his first steal of this year.
I'm not a real big proponent of going in head first. We've seen a lot of guys injure their hands this year doing that. But that gets you to the bag the quickest because you can extend out and take the impact. If he goes in feet first on this play, he would have been out. See, it's very close anyway, but you actually get there quicker when you dive, go head first into second base as a base stealer.
That's a called strike to Lugo. Did you ever go in that way?
I did at the end of my career when I needed it. Needed help when I slowed down. But before that, I never would. I always went in feet first.
You really get there quicker, or did you just feel like you get there quicker?
No, you get there quicker because you can extend out. If you go straight in with your leg, you have to bend it or else you're going to break your leg, you know.
There's a bunt by Lugo, and he pops it foul back out of play.
I mean, you'll break your leg if you go straight in and hit the bag. So you can put your hand there, and then you can watch once his hand hits the bag, he can relax it, and therefore you're not going to see how his elbows bend, and you're not hurting yourself. If you go in straight leg like that one with your foot first, you can break your ankle.
A-Rod. He gets him at first and heads up base running by Crisp. He takes third.
Well, he saw that A-Rod wasn't going to have time to check him or do anything. A-Rod had to make the play as quick as he could at first base because Lugo runs well and the ball was in the hole. Watch, he'll wait right here and then he just takes off. Right there he sees that A-Rod has already made up his mind. If A-Rod could have stopped, he may have had a play, but A-Rod did the right thing. You're supposed to go ahead and take the out when you've already started your throwing motion.
Does A-Rod need somebody to give him a heads up there?
Well, that's a tough one because he actually faked him. He started back. It was pretty good base running play by Crisp.
Now the infield comes in for Ellsbury. Little pop fly beyond the infield, and Gonzalez, nice play. Alberto Gonzalez, the rookie shortstop, filling in for Jeter. And he was all the way into the infield grass when that ball was hit, and he had a long way to go with that back to the infield catch.
Well, that's what we're talking about with Ellsbury. He doesn't handle the fastball in. And you see Gonzalez starts there, and he runs a long way. And this is a la Willie Mays. Makes the catch, and he's prepared to throw the plate. Good job. They say this kid is really going to be something special, John, especially with the glove.
He made the Willie Mays basket catch, although it dropped in over the shoulder. A backward basket catch. Now Pedroia. So Ellsbury was not able to get Crisp home. Dustin Pedroia will try and do it with two down. The infield back normal depth. Pedroia was up there with Ellsbury at third in the first inning, and he couldn't get him home. He was called out on strikes on a big curveball from Phil Hughes. Two down. There's that hook. In for a strike. 0-2.
Smart pitch there by Hughes because he's got Pedroia confused, but he just comes back with another curveball. Two curveballs in a row. That's three in a row now, counting the last called strike in the first inning.
Pedroia seemed to be complaining that that pitch was too high. Big dropping curveball. Always going to look like it's too high. Back with a fastball and blows him away. And you see Pedroia express frustration. They do not score. Still 3-0. Daisuke will head back to the hill.
Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Chevy and American Revolution. And Plug In, the first ultra-adaptable room from Marriott.
Mike Brennan and Matt Green, co-captains, throughout the ceremonial first pitches tonight from Boston College. Yesterday they won their 3rd national college hockey title. First in 7 years. They beat Notre Dame 4-1. So they were recognized here at Fenway before a Yankees Red Sox game. Congratulations to them. Nathan Gerby had 2 goals and 2 assists. Ben Smith added the final goal, and they won it 4-1 over Notre Dame. Here is Alberto Gonzalez from Maracaibo, Venezuela, 24 years old. He was acquired from the Arizona Diamondbacks a little over a year ago when Arizona reacquired Randy Johnson from the Yankees.
Well, according to the players that I talked to, they've got a keeper here. Very good defensively, and he's swinging the bat well. He's been doing a good job. I think that's the other reason they've been able to give Jeter a couple extra days off. It wasn't just a dead position because he was out of there.
He is 4 for 11, a .364 average since being brought up. He'll turn 25 in 5 days. Little pop fly. Lugo hurries out, still going. Nice catch into a slide. He just ran it down.
Nice play there by Lugo. He went out and got under control and made the play. I think the wind is blowing in, is helping a little bit, knocking that ball down, bringing it back to the infielders. And an excellent play there by Lugo. We saw an excellent play by Gonzalez in the bottom half of the 2nd inning.
The turnaround is fair play. Gonzalez made a nice catch to take a possible bloop away from Ellsbury, and Lugo returns the favor. Now leadoff man Johnny Damon, who walked in the 1st inning and stole a base, takes ball 1. Facing Daisuke Matsuzaka. Yankees have received 3 walks already in this game, but they have not had a hit. And that's a foul out of play. Not many have had hits against Daisuke so far this year, including tonight. Matsuzaka has pitched 20 and 2/3 innings, and he's only allowed 8 hits. The batting average against him was .131 before tonight. A ball and a strike. He got that little hip swivel before he throws. You think that would bother a hitter, Joe?
Well, if you watch his body, remember, a lot of people look at different things. I remember talking to Tony Gwynn. He said he would look at the number of the letter on the cap, which means he's not looking at the body. The body motion is what fools you on change-ups and off-speed pitches.
Now watch this right here. Stops and swivels a little bit. Rocks.
Well, that's not as bad as Louis Tiant. I mean, Louis Tiant did a lot of different things, a lot of different gyrations out there on the mound as well. But you had to look away from that. You have to look at the release point. That'll keep you from being confused by all the body movement that he throws at you.
Low and inside with that fastball. So now it's 3-2 to Johnny Damon. Robinson Cano on deck. But it's a little bit unusual. Most guys rock back and then they.
Well, with a lot of the pitchers from Japan have unorthodox motions.
He walks it. That is his 4th walk in 2 1/3 innings. He's definitely not pitching to contact.
No.
Wednesday Night Baseball. Make your plans to catch Wednesday Night Baseball on ESPN2. It will be the Red Sox and Yankees again, this time for the big ballpark in the Bronx. Joe, I think you ought to go down and do that game.
Well, maybe if I leave here, drive tomorrow, I can get there in time.
Drive? You take the Acela train. Don't you know anything?
No, I don't. I tell you what, I'm going to take the Big Bird to California first.
Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Goodyear at 7 Eastern on ESPN2. Some of you may see ESPN News if you're in one of those select areas. Robinson Cano flied out to center his first time. Cano, it's getting to be sort of a habit with him, getting off to a slow start.
Yeah.
He got off to a painfully slow start last year, although he ended up hitting .306 for the year. He had more RBIs than any other second baseman in baseball. He knocked in 97 runs.
He is an excellent hitter, John. I mean, the ball jumps off his bat. I mean, I said a couple of years ago I thought he would win a batting championship. He almost did year before last. But I mean, he is one of those guys that has a very live bat. The ball just jumps off his bat, which helps you to get the ground ball through the infield, and it also helps you to, you know, find the gaps in the outfield.
Cano last year, as we said, hit 306. He hit 343 after the All-Star break. And he's been hitting well ever since they brought him up from the minors. 1-1 the count. 314 career major league batting average.
And Daisuke continues to struggle with his control. The one thing I've always noticed about him is that he never wants to throw a ball, you know, near the middle of the plate, which is good, except when you have a lead, you're supposed to make them swing the bat. He's always on one edge or the other, and that's great when you have your best control.
There goes the runner. And a steal for Damon. He's got 2 steals in the game. The first 2 steals by a Yankee this year.
Well, I think what Joe Girardi has seen is that Daisuke takes a long time to deliver the ball, and he's easy to steal a base off of. So you allow your guys to, you know, get a jump and go. And John, there's always, you know, we're going to have comparisons between Joe Girardi and Joe Torre for the next few years. But for me, it's very simple. You know, when Joe Torre came to the Yankees, they had 22 World Championship flags up there. When he left, they had 26. That's a pretty good legacy. And that's what Joe Torre's legacy should be. And I think Joe Girardi's, you know, starting to build his own legacy now. And whatever that ends up being, that's what it is. But it shouldn't be compared to Joe, because Joe's is already cemented in stone out there.
Cano late on that fastball. And you always kind of shake your head when you see that. It's a 3-ball 1-strike count, a fastball count. He got the fastball and it was out over the plate, but he could not make any kind of contact.
And that's very unusual for a really good hitter. You may foul it off, but very rarely will you see a good hitter swing through a 3-1 fastball that's pretty much in the middle of the plate.
3-2 the count to him now. With Damon at second, 1 out. 3-0, Boston ahead. And he did foul off that fastball. 3-2 to Cano. Bobby Abreu on deck, and then A-Rod. After the Yankees try to get something going here, and always a good way to do it is to get men on base in front of that guy, Alex Rodriguez. And Matsui right behind him. Even with Jeter out of the game, they have a lot of offense. And a pop-up. There is Youkilis, and straddling the line, he caught it in fair territory. Cano is retired, and Cano just can't get going yet this year.
Well, that's unusual, as you said, John. Swing through a 3-1 fastball, but that tells me that maybe he's not picking the ball up well from Daisuke, because after that, the 2 pitches he was late on, fouled him off, popped him up. You see he's late on this one. He fouled the other one, the 3-2 pitch. The first 3-2 pitch, he fouled over near the Yankee dugout as well. But you can see he's hitting that ball actually in the middle of the plate. He's not out front.
And that's a 3rd straight fastball that he saw, and he was still late on it.
Well, a lot of times you do not see the ball well out of certain pitchers' hands, and that may be the case.
Every hitter has certain pitchers about which that's true.
And I thought Abreu was going to tell me that when I told him he was 0 for 10 against Daisuke. He may, you know, a lot of times say, well, I don't see the ball well off of this guy or that guy. But he didn't say that. He just said that he's got to straighten that up. That's what he said.
Bobby Abreu walked his first time. Again, Jeter not in the lineup because of a strained left quad. He had missed the entire weekend series at Fenway Park. Fastball in there for a strike.
You can see Bobby was upset with himself because he took that pitch. But again, it may be because he picked it up late. Because I guarantee you he was sitting on that fastball after he missed with the first pitch.
Well, Daisuke, after walking Damon and falling behind Cano, has started throwing that fastball now. He's thrown several fastballs in succession. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the splitter, too low and inside. 2-1. Amazingly, Joe, he's thrown 55 pitches, and only 25 of them have been strikes.
A lot of it has to do with location. He's trying to locate every pitch on one edge or the other, and that's difficult to do.
2 down. Damon at second. Alex Rodriguez would be next. And a fastball. Strike 2. But he's just got Bobby Abreu all flummoxed.
Well, I really believe that. I mean, that's a great pitch to hit. Fastball down, especially if you're a left-handed hitter, down toward the inner half.
That's right. And the power for most lefties.
And Bobby is, well, he just, again, that tells you why he's 0 for 10. He has not been able to solve Matsuzaka's release point.
2-2 the count. 2 down. The high fastball toward the wall and left. Ellsbury. It's off the top of the scoreboard. Scoring is Damon on a double from Abreu as he plays a little wall ball here at Fenway Park. 3-1 Red Sox. That's the first hit against Matsuzaka.
You know, it just shows you how good a hitter Bobby Abreu is, and especially with 2 strikes. He was protecting breaking ball, fastball in. This pitch is away, and he just reaches out and goes the other way with it. See, this is more of a, it looks like a pretty good swing, but it's a defensive swing. I mean, he hits it late, but because he's such a good hitter, he was still able to level off a little bit and get good wood on it.
Now Alex Rodriguez, and he is the possible tying run of the game. That wind that was blowing in from left does not seem to be blowing at all at the moment. Or it might have blown that one back where Ellsbury could have caught it. You see the flag out there in left center field. That's just a high fly ball and an easy out in any other ballpark. But Fenway, that wall is pretty close in left field. And Abreu showed why left-handed hitters especially seem to do well here. And the sharp curveball low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. A-Rod grounded into a double play to end the first inning. 2 homers, 7 batted in so far for Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod's wife is due with the couple's second child sometime this week. And he'll probably have to miss a game whenever the blessed moment is about to occur, as you would expect. Shallow right field, and there is Casey into foul ground. Look out. He caught it. He seemed to find some wind up there as he was chasing it. 1 run. It's 3-1. Drew, Manny Ramirez, Kevin Youkilis, the 3, 4, 5 spots coming up. Boston ahead 3-1. Peter Gammons, you got a couple of ball clubs here who have changed the way they have gone about building their ball clubs.
Well, that's really true, John. Both the Yankees and the Red Sox passed on the Johan Santana sweepstakes last winter as Brian Cashman and Theo Epstein have become conductors on 2 trains running on parallel tracks to try to ensure long-term success without the addiction to the free agent market that made Carl Pavano and Matt Clement so wealthy. Cashman says he watched the Red Sox win the World Series clincher with their own products, Pedroia, Youkilis, Ellsbury, Lester, Papelbon, and after the infusion of talent and energy that Robinson Cano and Melky Cabrera have brought the last 2 years, he is now turning to a new generation of young pitchers like Phil Hughes, Jabba Chamberlain, Ian Kennedy, and Ross Ollendorf. 6 years ago, player development was just an afterthought to baseball's Athens and Sparta. Now their farm systems each rank in the top 5 of the game. Billy Beane once predicted that when Epstein and Cashman saw their franchise's wealth could be used to exploit the flawed draft and development process, long-term competitive balance could be blown away, which is precisely what these two bright, courageous general managers are doing, not for short-term public acclaim, but for the good of the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox.
And we're seeing some of that at work tonight with Phil Hughes on the mound. For the Yankees, there were those who would have sent him on to Minnesota to make Johan Santana tonight's starter for the Yankees instead. So that's part of the what Peter's talking about, this new approach and sort of a new culture. Seems to be really new for the Yankees too.
Yeah, definitely new for the Yankees. But Cashman's point was they should have been able to draft Johan Santana in the Rule 5 draft, but he said they didn't do a good enough job. He wants them to do a better job of scouting and finding players rather than going out spending the money after they're developed by someone else.
Your payroll, if that's all you're doing, has to go up forever.
Well, you say you're just writing checks. The checks continue to get bigger and bigger. The payroll grows.
They've already got the highest payroll in the game by far.
But the one thing to remember with the Yankees now, they have a lot of guys. Giambi, Messina, some of these guys, Pettit, some of these numbers. The number guys may be, able to be dispersed after this year if they choose to do so.
J.D. Drew leads off with a walk. That's the second time he's walked. And now here comes Manny Ramirez. Manny, who drove in 3 runs yesterday to key the Red Sox come from behind victory, and he knocked in the first run tonight. So Manny is 1 for 1 in this game. He's the DH. David Ortiz is not playing this game. Manager Terry Francona decided it was time with the big slump of David Ortiz to give him a night where he didn't have to think about anything. Well, that's some batting practice. He worked on a few things, and now the game he doesn't have to just clear his mind.
Well, that's called a mental health day. Just to get your mental health together. But I'm still a little surprised that he's not playing against the Yankees. But
1-1 now to Manny Ramirez. He had quite a battle with Hughes in the first inning, and then finally Hughes, who had thrown him a lot of fastballs, finally threw him a curveball, and Manny
you asked for him to throw a curveball.
I called for it.
Yeah, and you and Veritek were wrong.
It looks like I might have to be benched. Not Veritek, Jose Molina.
I mean Molina, I'm sorry.
Fastball just off the outside. This is that base hit after seeing all those fastballs. Curveball.
Well, you see, the thing that Manny does, he keeps his balance so well. He stayed back, and he was able just to use his hands and go the other way. As long as you maintain your balance, you can handle all breaking balls and off-speed pitches. When you can't handle them is when your upper body goes first and you get out in front with your upper body. Then you have nothing to swing with but your arms, and usually you're going to pop it up.
Manny Ramirez has had 2 consecutive years where he missed sizable chunks of the season because of injury. And really last year had his all-around worst year, not only as a Red Sox, but his worst year since maybe his rookie season with the Cleveland Indians. He failed to get 100 RBIs, which is a shock. Fastball at the knees. Strike 2 from Hughes. Manny Ramirez, 2005, 45 homers, 144 batted in. That's what you expect from Manny. Huge numbers. 2006, he missed nearly 30 games that year. Big numbers considering how many he played. And he missed more than 30 games last year and had only 88 RBIs. He got off to a very poor start last year. However, he was definitely locked in by October. everybody was having a hard time getting him out in October. And that's a ball down and in. Manny Ramirez hit .409 in the league championship series against Cleveland. Had 16 RBIs in 14 postseason games all told last year. 3-2 the count to him. Hughes has walked Drew to start the inning. Now he's 3-2 to Manny. Is Drew running here, Joe?
Well, I would say so, but because Manny usually puts the ball in play, but yeah, I think he was going because he made the false step there.
So you read that. You saw a little indication. 3-2 to Manny. J.D. Drew, who runs well over at first base.
He didn't get a good jump last time, though, when he ran.
He is running. Off the glove of A-Rod. And Drew is going to stop at second. Manny Ramirez with the base hit. 2 men on. Nobody out. Youkilis coming up. And here's Steve Berthiaume with a Sports Center right now. Steve, thank you, and here we go. Red Sox with an opportunity. 2 men on, nobody out. Kevin Youkilis, the big curveball for a called strike from Phil Hughes. You haven't seen that much from Hughes tonight. Stealing that first pitch with a curve.
Well, you don't have to steal the first pitch with a curve. I was just going to say he hasn't used his curveball enough tonight. Even when you're missing with the fastball, if you throw the curveball, sometimes it keeps you from overthrowing the fastball. You can get the curveball over.
Down the left field line. Matsui plays the carom. Drew's in to score, and Manny Ramirez will hold at second as Matsui did an excellent job getting it back in. It is 4-1 Boston.
Well, that's a good example of what we're talking about. He went back to the fastball, and Youkilis rips it down the left field line. Throw him a curveball for a strike, comes back with a fastball down and in, and Youkilis rips it. And a good play in left field to keep Manny from going around to third base. Excellent play. But by the same token, we saw him throw Pedroia 2 big curveballs in a row and then blow him away with a fastball. But he threw a curveball there and came right back with the fastball, and Youkilis drilled it.
Ross Ohlendorf up in the bullpen again as Dave Island, the Yankee pitching coach, visits at the mound with Philip Hughes, and Island, having imparted his advice, goes back to the dugout, and now Hughes, who has not yet retired a man in this inning, will have to go to work to Sean Casey. Hughes has walked 3 hitters in this game, and all of those walks have become runs. Daisuke has walked 4, but only 1 of those walks has become a run. The Yankees only have 1 hit. The Red Sox have 5 hits against Hughes, including a double by Sean Casey in the first inning. He hit it out there, Joe, in that graveyard for left-handed hitters out near that 380 sign, of which you have personal knowledge. And that is ball 1 in the 1975 World Series. Why is it that I always remember that play for this? I mean, there were so many other things that happened in that World Series. But you hit one out near that 380 marker. Dwight Evans caught it and turned it into a double play.
I remember it as well, John. But by the same token, we won the World Series.
And I thought, man, I thought Joe Morgan was a clutch hitter. And he hits into a double play. 380-foot double play ball. That's a base hit to center field. Damon does not have a strong arm. And scoring is Manny. And Giambi was a little late getting over to cut that throw off, I thought.
One of the things you notice here, say, well, they're leaving Hughes out there. We talked about experience and gaining experience and, you know, expecting a lot the second half, but I think that's going to be it. But that's why they left him out there to see if he could get out of trouble before this last base hit.
never gets it out here in the third inning. And Phil Hughes, 21-year-old right-hander, does not have a night to remember in his first outing at Fenway Park. 5-1 Red Sox. Ohlendorf coming in. We'll be right back. The special area on the rooftop down the right field line, which was added about 3 years ago here at Fenway Park. Still a jewel of a ballpark. Opened in 1912 and having one of its best eras right now. Boston Red Sox have won the World Series twice in the last 4 years. And there's Ross Ohlendorf, young right-hander. Like the young shortstop Alberto Gonzalez, Ohlendorf was acquired from the Arizona Diamondbacks in the Randy Johnson trade. It sent the big unit back to Arizona last year. He comes on with 2 men on, nobody out. Jason Varitek at the plate. Left center field, Matsui. And quickly fires back to the infield. So Varitek is promptly retired, 1 away. 4 straight hitters at reach base against Hughes to start the inning. He walked Drew leading off, and then Ramirez, Youkilis, and Casey all got base hits. Youkilis and Casey's each knocking in a run. So a nightmare really for Phil Hughes tonight.
Well, it was difficult, and we talked about statistics, him falling behind the hitters and how much trouble he had when he did fall behind the hitters. That proved to be correct again tonight.
Coco Crisp. Fastball sinking low. He throws hard with some sink to it. 96 miles an hour there.
But it is very difficult for any pitcher really to go through this Boston Red Sox lineup 3 or 4 times. I mean, they make adjustments well, and they're all pretty good hitters.
And a foul by Crisp. Coco Crisp, with his bunt single, is hitting .321 for the year. Right now he's playing center field sometimes. Ellsbury's playing sometimes. Both of them playing tonight with David Ortiz getting a night off, mired in his deep slump as he is, and, or as you call it, a mental health break.
Well, we're going to have Fred Pono on in between innings. I'll ask him.
And that's too low to Coco Crisp. 2-1. There are a lot of people predicting that Crisp would be traded by now during the spring, or maybe even still sometime during the season, that Ellsbury would end up winning that job out there.
And that may happen, John, but right now you have to still be a little tentative because Ellsbury, again, they found that they can pitch him inside, and he's not handling that pitch as well as, he did last year. Last year, they pitched him away, which is your normal patterns, and he was handling the ball away. Now they're throwing him inside. As I said before, pitchers make adjustments to what you're doing well, and they try to take something away, and that was the adjustment they made to Ellsbury, is to pitch him inside. And he'll have to make another adjustment himself and be able to handle that ball inside.
That's foul. 2-2 to Crisp. Crisp, for his part, he stole 28 bases for the Red Sox last year. He was their primary center fielder, and also plays an excellent center field. Covers a lot of ground out there. Julio Lugo on deck. Youkilis at second, Casey at first. Nice pickup there by Giambi behind the back. The runners move up, but Crisp is retired. Youkilis over to third and Casey over to second. He seemed to be kind of cheating toward the line a little bit there too, Joe. That was just right.
Well, he was either cheating or didn't come off too much, come off quick enough. But it was an off-speed breaking ball, and a lot of times a catcher will give the first baseman a signal if it's a left-handed hitter that an off-speed pitch is coming, they might pull it, or he'll give the third baseman a signal if it's an off-speed pitch and a right-hander is hitting.
So you'll see infielders often moving one way or the other.
Yeah, they'll lean with the pitch if the location is there.
Here's Lugo. He grounded out to third his first time. Runners at second and third, 2 down. And the slider misses. Oldendorf, he's a big guy. Throws hard. 6 feet 4 inches tall. 25 years old.
Hughes wasn't a small guy.
He's about the same size as Hughes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hughes was pretty imposing out there as well.
And another slider misses. 2 balls and no strike. Well, you can see Peter Gammons was talking about these 2 clubs and the way they're trying to build themselves now through that farm system. And one of the things Cashman has done in the last couple of years especially is replenish that farm system. And when he traded Randy Johnson back to Arizona, this is one of the guys that he got, along with Alberto Gonzalez and some other guys who came in that deal too.
Well, I think when you trade veterans, you should try to get some young players to replenish your farm system, as they did. But I think you have to be careful. You can't just fall in love with young players just because they're young. You have to make sure that you have a good scouting system that can pick out the best young players, because one of the things you want to do with your farm system, you want your farm system to help your big league team. Now, getting those players into your farm system doesn't mean you're going to bring them to your big league club. You may trade them to get something that you need in the big leagues. The minor league system is to help your big league club. Whether it's to bring those guys up or even to trade them, is still what the minor league system is for.
2-2 to Lugo. And back to the screen. And another run will score. Youkilis is across. Casey over to third. 6-1 Boston.
And I'm not so sure that Molina wasn't crossed up again. He looked like he was crossed up to pitch before, and he talked to him. But there's something going on when they get a runner at second base. And watch how he goes after this. See, I mean, the ball is way off the plate, but even that, he was on the inside, and he thought the ball was going to be there, but you see the pitch is well off the plate outside.
So Molina has been beleaguered back of the plate tonight. Phil Hughes crossed him up a couple of times in the first inning. 3-2 and ball 4 outside. The inning goes on. Peter Gammons, we were talking about the young players the Yankees got in the Randy Johnson trade, is befitting what you had talked about with the way the 2 clubs want to go about building their clubs from here on.
Well, the Yankees are going to have a lot of money when the season's over. I mean, they're freed from Mike Mussina's contract and Jason Giambi's. They're going to have some money, but if they also have young players there, they won't be dependent on having to go out and sign, for instance, free agent relievers, which is a very chancy situation to begin with.
Well, that's for sure. And they have paid some big money. As Ellsbury, the leadoff man, fouls one back, and the count is 0-1. Ellsbury has walked and stolen a base and scored a run. He has popped up to the shortstop. 1 strike to count. Runners at first and third. 3 runs in here. The Red Sox lead the Yankees 6-1 in the third. Jacoby Ellsbury, one of those young guys. He's 24 years old, out of Oregon State. He was a number 1 pick, a draft choice, 23rd overall in the draft in 2005. Looking Lugo back to first. Lugo is a threat to steal. He had 33 steals last year for Boston. Only got caught 6 times. Six to 1, the Red Sox leading the Yankees. That's a base hit. Now Casey scores. Lugo to second. 4 runs are in. All 4 of the runs are charged to Philip Hughes. So he gave up 7 runs in 2+ innings.
Good job of hitting there by Ellsbury. That was a breaking ball down and in, and we know left-handed hitters can handle that pitch. They've been pounding him inside with a fastball up. That was supposed to be away, but that's a breaking ball down and in. It's supposed to be breaking ball away, but it's down and in, and he makes them pay for it. Good swing there. Good hand action on that ball down and in.
And in these last 2 hitters, Joe, we've seen several pitches where Ohlendorf has pitched away from the target.
Correct.
Not getting the ball where he wants to get it. Here's Pedroia, the 9th hitter of the inning. And Gonzalez to Cano for the force out on Ellsbury. At long last, the inning is over. In 60 seconds, we'll talk with manager Terry Francona from the Boston dugout. Back in 60.
We'll have some long innings. I'd rather do that.
All right, thanks, man.
Thanks to Terry Francona, Red Sox manager. Francona, 49 years old. 4 seasons as the manager in Boston and 2 World Series championships to show for it. Matsui to center, and Chris misjudged the ball and it got over him. Matsui into second base. He walked his first time in the second. This time he clobbers one to center, and the ball was misread by Coco Crisp.
They've always said the toughest ball to handle is a ball straight over your head as a center fielder. This ball's hit directly over Crisp's head, straight away. See where he's starting and see where the ball is. It's straight over. That's the toughest ball to read because it's tough to get the angle to see where it's going to end up. And he couldn't get back there, but he made a nice adjustment after it came off the wall, barehanded it, and threw it back in.
So Matsui with the Yankees' second to hit, and the batter will be Jorge Posada. Daisuke threw 60 pitches in the first 3 innings, so if he's not able to be a little more economical with his pitch throwing, he may not be in this game a whole long time, and that is significant in this regard, Joe. The Red Sox are a little bit thin at the end of their bullpen for tonight's game. At least that's the master plan. Terry Francona saying before the game he did not want to use Papelbon tonight after he had to warm up 3 different times yesterday with the rain they had here. And he also does not want to pitch Okajima, his setup man. Okajima has pitched in 3 consecutive games. So those are the 2 guys, if it's a tight game late and they're leading, that he likes to go to for at least the last couple of innings. But we'll see. Right now it's not tight. The Red Sox have a 7-1 lead over the Yankees. The Yankees would like to make it tight. Posada the hitter. And that curveball fouled away. 0-2. Posada fouled out to the catcher his first time. Giambi is on deck. And certainly the Yankees had the power to come back in this game. Here's Joe Girardi. His club flies down to the Tampa St. Pete area after the game. Take on the Tampa Bay Rays, who are a young, fast ball club. Lots of excellent young talent. The ball is fouled on a check swing. Still 0-2. And they give the Yankees a lot of trouble at Yankee Stadium last weekend. Joe Girardi also had a theory, Joe, about veteran teams, especially in this kind of weather, cold weather. He said the Yankees they've only had really 1 good day since the season started, wherever they've been. And he thinks that when you've got a power ball club with veterans especially, that it's hard for them to get going. A lot of home runs get knocked down. You don't have the same feel for the bat that you would. You played in a lot of cold cities.
Well, I agree with the veteran aspect because some of the veteran players like the warm weather. I don't know so much. I don't think it affects the power as much as it does just the consistency of the hitters. I mean, if you look around the league, a lot of guys are hitting home runs, and it's cold weather. A lot of different cities. I just think the consistency is not there. I always feel like the power is the one that's affected the least. See, when you get older as a player, the last thing to go is your power. You can make a good swing every once in a while and hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Strike 3. Wicked breaking ball down and in, and Daisuke gets his first strikeout of the game.
Well, we were talking about Daisuke not hitting his spots, and you can see here he's missing out of the zone, out of the strike zone consistently, and that's one of the things that Terry Francona said. He was erratic with his fastball the entire, first couple of innings.
Matsui still at second after the double. Daisuke Matsuzaka now to Giambi. And a slider. 0-1. Giambi flied out to shallow left his first time. Giambi only 2 for 26. If that keeps up much longer, Joe, he may need one of those mental health nights.
I really think the biggest decision that
Girardi's going to have to make early is going to be about what he's going to do at first base. What's going to happen over there. And Giambi at this point is not making it easy for him. Giambi was hitting, everything's fine, and you don't have to think about it.
Well, I think Joe Torre, and when he was here, and maybe even Joe Girardi at this time, they kind of preferred Giambi as a designated hitter. But they've got 4 outfielders who are all full-time players. So when they're all healthy and ready to go, generally one of those 4 guys has to DH, which means Giambi's got to be in the lineup at first base. Giambi did on Friday hit a solo home run into the corner of the V out there. That was against Mike Timlin. That gave the Yankees a 2-1 lead on Friday. They won that ball game.
Again, he said to me that he feels good in the batter's box. He feels like he's swinging the bat well. So he's just not getting a lot of hits. And people may not really understand that. You say you're swinging the bat well, but you're not getting hits. Well, you're hitting a lot of balls hard. You're hitting at the fielders. And a lot of times the pitchers make great pitches, and you're just not going to hit it as sharply as you would like. But he feels like he's swinging the bat well. That's the key.
2-1 the count to Giambi as number 55 Matsui, the runner at second. And again he misses. And it's 3-1.
Looks like he's getting a little frustrated out there as well.
The Yankees won that game on Friday. 4-1 was the final. Giambi's home run put the Yankees ahead in the 7th inning. Chien-Ming Wang pitched a 2-hitter at Fenway. No walks. 4th Yankee pitch in the last 50 years to pitch a complete game at Fenway Park. And that's ball 4. That is the 5th walk allowed by Daisuke Matsuzaka in these first 5 innings. The first 4 innings. We're only in the 4th inning.
And the problem is you have a 6-run lead and you're walking hitters. But the one thing about Chien-Ming Wang, I watched him pitch against the Red Sox the other day. I watched some of the game. When he's right, he's as good as any pitcher in the American League. I mean, he's up there with Sabathia and Beckett on his good nights. Last year he tailed off toward the end, but I mean he was just fantastic. He still won 19 ball games, but he can be just overpowering when he has all this stuff.
He was terrible against Cleveland in the postseason. This will go back out of play.
But I actually think it started, before he got to the postseason, and maybe he was just worn down. But at the beginning of the season last year and the times that I've seen him pitch this year, he's been fantastic as far as throwing the ball.
Chien-Ming Wang. We had a game on Sunday Night Baseball last year. It might have been against the New York Mets, where he looked every bit the ace and had a high strikeout total as well, which is unusual for him. That's a base hit to right for Jose Molina into the corner. Coming in to score is Matsui. Giambi goes to third on a double by Jose Molina. Molina, in his 31st at bat of the season, has his 7th double. He has done real well for the Yankees, backing up for Jorge Posada. 7-2 now. Boston.
And that's what happens. You continue to walk hitters, helping them out, and then you have to come in, and the hitters are waiting for it. It's kind of a frustrating night. I was going to say that a second ago. It looks like he's a little frustrated out there with his location.
Here's the rookie Alberto Gonzalez, who popped up to short his first time. It actually looked like a base hit to shallow center, and it was turned into a spectacular catch by Julio Lugo. A base hit here could draw the Yankees within shouting distance. 1 ball, 1 strike. Daisuke has thrown 77 pitches now, and still as many out of the strike zone as in. 2 men in scoring position. Kind of hung that slider up in the zone, fouled out of play. 1-2.
Sometimes when you hang a breaking ball like that, you get away with it because it's a late break on it, and the hitter wants it to break down into the strike zone, and he was a little late on that. He may have gotten away with that pitch because it was up. If it would have been down a little bit, he may have gotten it drilled someplace.
1-2 the count. And 2-2 now. Alberto Gonzalez out of that Arizona farm system. That's a team that has been producing some young players all of a sudden. We've got some outstanding young players in the big leagues right now that help them get off to a great start in the National League West. An 8-game winning streak snapped today by Colorado. Young Justin Upton is hitting 400. 2-2 to Alberto Gonzalez, playing tonight in place of the injured Derek Jeter. Johnny Damon, the leadoff man, on deck. Landing in the hands of that fastball, fouled out of play. Gonzalez hanging tough. Just recalled from AAA ball by the Yankees on Wednesday when they saw that Jeter might not be able to play for a few days. Alberto Gonzalez, a .278 lifetime hitter in the minor leagues. Got a brief look with the Yankees last September. Giambi at third, Molina at second. High fastball fouled away again. Alberto Gonzalez signed by the Diamondbacks in 2003. Acquired in the Randy Johnson trade by the Yankees before last season. And he was considered the Yankees' best defensive infielder by Baseball America in the minor leagues last year. That slider popped up foul. Now, usually that slider, you'd like that slider with 2 strikes, Joe, right, to be down around the knees, maybe even break out of the strike zone. But he's leaving it right there in the middle of the plate.
Well, that one was a pretty good pitch to hit, and Gonzalez was upset with himself because he missed it.
2-2. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. Fenway Park in Boston, the rubber match of the series. And the Red Sox jumped out early as Alberto Gonzalez fouls another one away. A 3-run first, a 4-run third, knocking out Phil Hughes, the Yankees' young prospect. But the Yankees got 1 run in the third against Daisuke Matsuzaka and 1 so far here in the fourth. They've got an excellent opportunity here with the rookie Alberto Gonzalez battling it out here with Daisuke. 2 men in scoring position. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. On its way. Now it's a full count. This guy is a rookie, but he's given Daisuke a veteran kind of a battle here. In a big spot where the Yankees could creep back into the game. 3-2 the count. The 10th pitch of the battle between the two. And a base hit. He has delivered in the clutch. Giambi scores, and Jose Molina, like his oldest brother Benji and the kid brother Yadier, the Molinas are not very fast. Excellent catchers, strong arms. They could hit, but they don't run well.
Good job by Gonzalez just fighting off some pitches. Now he gets a pitch in the middle of the plate, fastball in the middle, and he lines it right back through the middle for a base hit. I mean, he had excellent plate coverage, excellent balance. I mean, he just looks like a really good hitter. And again, Jason Giambi and those guys told me that they think this guy's going to be a star.
Tony Pena patting young Gonzalez on the back, and here is Julian Tavares, the veteran right-hander. He'll start to get ready in the Boston bullpen. And again, remember, keep this in mind. If the game should be close late, the Red Sox 2 top late-inning relievers probably not available tonight. At least that was Terry Francona's preference before the game. He was pretty adamant that he would not use Papelbon after Papelbon had to warm up 3 different times yesterday and then got the save and threw 26 pitches. But Okajima, he said he really did not want to use him because he pitched 3 straight days. That one goes back to the backstop. Molina started down the line but saw the ball bouncing back toward Varitek. Then he thought better of it. But Gonzalez does move up over to second base on the wild pitch. That takes away the ground ball double play possibility.
And a smart play by Molina. You definitely do not want to get thrown out at the plate. You're down 5 runs. And the ball bounces in the area where Veritek can get it and get it back to Daisuke quickly.
Johnny Damon, the hitter, 2 men in scoring position. 7-3, Boston ahead. Damon has walked twice in this game, stolen twice, and scored once. And Veritek's going to go out and talk to Daisuke Matsuzaka. Julio Lugo also comes in. There's Johnny Damon. This is a great opportunity for the Yankees, and really being given to them by Daisuke. He's walked 5, just threw a wild pitch. He's faced 18 hitters, and 9 of them have reached base against him. The Yankees have had a hard time getting the clutch hit this year, although Alberto Gonzalez just got one for them. They came in last in the league in their batting average with runners in scoring position, hitting 184 as a team in these clutch at bats. Johnny Damon, 1 hit in 10 at bats with runners in scoring position so far. You got 2 of them in scoring position right now. Molina at third, Gonzalez at second. 2-0. Blew a fastball right by him. Foul tipped into the glove of Veritek. 2-1 now. Daisuke Matsuzaka is closing in on 90 pitches thrown, and we're with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. This will be his 29th pitch of this inning alone. Molina will tag at third. It's fairly shallow left. Benji's going to test Ellsbury. The throw is cut off by Youkilis. A sacrifice fly for Damon. 7-4 Boston. Damon gets that runner home from third with less than 2 down. Alberto Gonzalez held on at second. And now Robinson Cano will come up. Cano, another guy struggling early in the season. Only 2 hits in 15 at bats now with runners in scoring position for the year. Tonight he has flied out to center and popped up to third. His average only 180 for the young season. 3 runs in for the Yankees in the 4th inning. Changeup, high and tight, ball 1. I know when it's cold, you hear many pitchers talk about how, number 1, it's difficult to get the grip on the ball. The ball sometimes feels a little more slick. Whatever it is, Daisuke is struggling big time with that control tonight. 91 pitches thrown. And that's a foul out of play.
But Cano is still not finding the ball in his release point. At his release point, he's late on it. But I really believe that cold weather affects the hitters more than it does the pitchers. Pitchers, you're throwing a lot, you work up a sweat out there, and you keep it through the inning. Whereas a hitter is sitting around, or like the outfielders are standing out there now in the cold weather not doing anything. So I think it affects pitchers more than it does, hitters more than it does pitchers.
Got the splitter and broke his bat in 2. Lugo makes the catch, and the inning is over. The Yankees get 3 back. Now stay tuned. In 60 seconds, we'll visit with Joe Girardi, the Yankee manager, from the dugout. Back with Joe Girardi in 60. Is available in high definition on ESPN HD, presented by Olivia. Greetings, welcome to cold Fenway Park on this mid-April evening. The Red Sox and Yankees battling 7-4 Boston as we go to the last of the fourth. Manny Ramirez in the third inning knocked a base hit as part of a rally. Youkilis knocked in a run. Casey knocked in a run. And knocked out Philip Hughes in the process, who went only 2+ innings. Eventually, as Ollendorf came in, threw a wild pitch to allow a run to score. And then Jacoby Ellsbury with a 2-out single knocked in the 4th run of the inning. All of them charged to Philip Hughes. So 2+ innings for Hughes, 7 runs, 6 hits allowed. And Ollendorf on in relief. So the Red Sox, though, at that point with a 7-1 lead, the Yankees got 3 runs back in the 4th inning against Matsuzaka, so it is 7-4. And Joe, it looks to me like we're having one of those Red Sox Yankee games that it may not end until Tuesday. J.D. Drew has walked twice, and he leads off here in the 4th inning. We were hoping to chat with Joe Girardi, but Joe Girardi had disappeared out of the dugout and had some other business to attend to, so we apologize. We're hoping to chat with Joe, and we may still later on. 1 ball, 1 strike to J.D. Drew. J.D. Drew hitting .387 this year, but he's also a guy who, whatever he hits, he always seems to get a lot of walks. He's a high on-base percentage guy. He fouls that one back and out of play. 1-2 the count. He'll be followed by Manny Ramirez. Manny, who's 2 for 2 tonight, continues to hit hard against the Yankees. Ross Ollendorf, the rookie, in relief of Hughes with a 2-2 count to J.D. Drew. Red Sox and Yankees, each lineup is filled with guys who will often see a lot of pitches. Ooh, that breaking ball, that looked pretty close. And ruled a swing on appeal by third base umpire Paul Nauer. Strike 3. Drew is gone. Now time for our Nextel instant analysis. And Joe, this week we look at one of baseball's most productive hitters, Manny Ramirez.
Well, he has great balance. That's the key, John, to any good hitter. Balance allows you to handle any pitch in any location. See how he went out first, but he was balanced well. He waited on the breaking ball, the first breaking ball that he had seen the entire at bat, and he was still able to shoot it to right field for a base hit. Balance is the key to Manny Ramirez.
That was the first run of the game, and he takes the breaking ball in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes.
A lot of hitters, you'll see the upper part of their body go out front a little bit. That's when they lose their balance. Very rarely will you see Manny Ramirez do that. Of course, when you have 600 at bats, you're going to get fooled sometimes. But as long as he keeps his balance and stays balanced, he's going to hit the ball hard.
95 miles an hour blew it by him. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Manny. Kevin Youkilis on deck. Carlos Pena of Tampa Bay was leading the league in RBIs at the start of the day with 13. Vernon Wells of Toronto 12. Manny's got 12. Although Joe Creedy of the White Sox hit a grand slam again today, the second time this week he's hit one. He's got 15 batted in now. I'm thinking he's pretty well all the way back from that back surgery he had last year. Manny Ramirez, 2-1 the count. And that will go out of play over the rooftop boxes. 2-2 to Manny Ramirez.
Whether you're looking at Manny Ramirez, Albert Pujols, Alex Rodriguez, some of the great hitters in the game, you will always see that they keep their balance between their right underneath themselves most of the time. They're balanced perfectly when they're swinging the bats well.
little off balance, that pitch. Almost got him.
Well, it was a breaking ball, though. It wasn't a fastball. It was just one of those backup breaking balls. It's a breaking ball. It's not a fastball. It's just spinning, though. It didn't really break. See the spin on it there? It just kind of backs up. It doesn't break as sharply as they wanted it to, or as sharply as Manny wanted it to.
So Manny, he was maybe a little late getting out of the way because he expected it to.
Yeah, well, he saw the spin on it probably, and he thought it was going to break more.
3-2 the count. Allendorf to Manny Ramirez. Just missing outside. That was a close one. Ball 4.
Well, we've been watching the Masters this week, John. Two great players. Of course, Manny Ramirez on your left and Tiger Woods on your right. Watch what they have in common. Watch their head. Little head movement and the power generated in this area. Watch Tiger. Same thing. Power. Very similar positioning when you extend your arms through the ball. Very similar.
Kevin Youkilis. So there's similarities in the swing.
Yeah, and in the positioning of the swing, you have to keep your head still, but you do use your upper body and your lower body. Your lower body generates the club head speed and the bat speed. It is not done with your hands.
Youkilis, base hit. His second straight hit. Manny to second and holding. Youkilis has also had a sacrifice fly tonight. 2 RBIs.
Kevin Youkilis is a guy that uses his hands more than, say, a guy like Manny Ramirez. Watch his hands. See how he uses his hands? He stays there. He does not use his legs as much as Manny does. See that? Watch his back foot drag. That means he's using his hands more. He's not, in a power stance like Manny is. Hands. Watch this right there. Hands. That's how he hits with his upper body and his hands. He pulled the ball into left field, and his last at bat was a fastball down and in, and he just dropped the barrel of the bat on the ball with his hands. He does not use his lower body nearly as much as Manny does, which is also one of the reasons he doesn't hit as many home runs. But he's really a good hitter.
That sequence there, the replay sequence, it kind of reminded me of a guy who did hit with some power, but he was kind of an upper body, hands type hitter. Joe Carter.
Yeah, Stan Musial comes to mind for me. Was a guy that hit, for power, but he used his upper body a lot more. He would glide into it.
Remember, my dad told me that about Stan Musial.
Oh, I saw him. Give an example. We saw Casey hit a ball the first time up. I mean, it's a long way into right field, but one of the reasons Casey has never hit a lot of home runs is because of his swing, the way he swings about. He uses his legs, but he never gets really good extension so that he gets underspin on the ball so it'll travel. I mean, he's been a good hitter. He hits line drives. He's more of a line drive hitter. But there are reasons that guys are line drive hitters. There are reasons guys that hit a lot of home runs. There are reasons a lot of guys strike out a lot or pop up. It's all in their approach and in their stance and the way that they approach the ball.
So he had one, for him, prolific home run season 4 years ago. With singles and doubles mostly, other than that 1 year.
Well, that's what he's a good hitter. I mean, it's line drive hitter. He'll use the entire field.
As Casey saying that ball hit him. And I thought maybe it hit him, but the umpire actually checked the baseball, maybe looking for some of that shoe paint. It got him. Then it got the umpire in the left shin.
Well, it'd be very difficult for the umpire to see that. It looked like, if anything, it may have hit the back side of his foot, and there's no way the umpire would be able to see that.
Jerry Crawford, veteran umpire. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Sean Casey. Manny Ramirez at second. Kevin Youkilis at first. Check swing. 97-mile-an-hour fastball there, missing. 2-2 the count. Ohlendorf has thrown 33 pitches. Philip Hughes threw 65 pitches in 2 innings plus. So Yankee pitchers, the 2 Yankee pitchers have thrown nearly 100 pitches between them, and we're still only 1 out in the Boston 4th inning.
Young pitchers demand patience, and that's what Girardi's going to have to display.
Slider inside.
John, we're talking about Casey not hitting a lot of home runs because he doesn't get the underspin, and the reason is, watch on contact here. Watch where his left arm is. See how he's got that kind of a chicken wing thing? It's broken down, and it ends up swinging with his hands. And you get a lot of topspin on the ball like that. See how his finish is completely different than any other home run hitter. He doesn't extend out through the ball because you would get backspin on the ball when you extend out through it.
Runners do not go, and Casey draws a walk. Another walk. And that is the 3rd walk by Ohlendorf, the 6th walk allowed by the 2 Yankee pitchers. The bases are loaded. ESPN has an NBA doubleheader on Wednesday and the final night of the regular season, 8 Eastern. The Jazz take on the Spurs, and at 10:30 Eastern, the Sonics take on the Warriors. NBA Wednesday presented by Haynes. Coverage begins with the Kia NBA shoot-around at 7:30 Eastern Time.
Man, my Warriors they're having a great season and may not make the playoffs. Great season in the West, but the West is loaded.
Even if they win their last 3 games, Denver will have to lose one for the Warriors to overtake the Denver Nuggets. Both teams are having excellent seasons. Here's Varitek. Cano gets 1. He gets 2. How simple was that? 4,900 pitches in that inning, and finally on 1 pitch he gets 2 outs. From Fenway Park, the Boston Red Sox 7, the New York Yankees 4. A lot of scoring in this game, but not a whole lot of artistic pitching. A lot of pitches, though, that's for sure. The Yankee pitchers, Philip Hughes and Ross Ohlendorf have thrown 101 pitches in the first 4 innings, and Daisuke Matsuzaka has thrown 92 pitches. And there's Alex Rodriguez as the Yankees with visions of getting right back into this game. They've got the big hitters now, Bobby Abreu, Alex Rodriguez, and Hideki Matsui coming up against Daisuke. Yankees playing without Derek Jeter, who could return to the lineup as early as tomorrow in Tampa Bay. Yankees playing without Big Papi. David Ortiz being given a night off as he's in the worst slump of his career.
John, there's an art to pitching with a lead, and it seems to me Daisuke pitches well when it's a close ball game. When he's had the lead in a couple of games I've watched, he has struggled because he still pitches as if it's a 0-0 game, and that's not the way to do it. But like I said, there's an art to pitching with a lead, and it's something that young pitchers usually have to learn. But Daisuke's pitched for a long period of time, so he should know how to do that. But a lot of young pitchers have to learn to pitch with a lead.
That's a strike. Daisuke had 8 years with the Seibu Lions in the Japanese Pacific League. Now his second year with the Boston Red Sox. So he, as you say, he'd been around a long time. He was most valuable player in that World Baseball Classic the year before last, leading Japan to the championship of that international tournament. And Abreu fouls one back. 2-2. By the way, Bobby Abreu, we had pointed out at the start of the telecast, he had never had a hit against Daisuke. He was 0 for 10 lifetime against him. You talked to Bobby about that before the game. Well, in the third inning, he lofted a double off the left field wall. Maybe not his hardest base hit ever, but I suppose he'd take it since he was 0 for 10 against Daisuke until then. There's a changeup, tap foul on a check swing. And Abreu, who's so good at getting on base, I'd love to see him get on right now in front of A-Rod.
Well, the one thing about the situation now, Daisuke has to pitch like it's a 0-0 game. But when he had a 7-1 lead, those are the times you cannot walk anyone. You make them hit their way on.
Strike 3 called.
Now that may be the best pitch that he's thrown the entire evening. That was a backdoor breaking ball, and it caught Abreu looking. He thought it was going to stay outside, and it broke over the outside corner. This is the best pitch that I think he's thrown. See, it starts off the outside corner and breaks toward the outside corner. Look at that. And Bobby Abreu was caught off guard, and it's strike 3. I know it didn't hit the K-zone line, but it was very, very close to the line.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. Fastball popped up. Sean Casey coming over. And just runs out of room. A lot of different things to negotiate down there. TV cameras, Peter Gammons, cameraman.
No, I think it was just the other. Peter knows how to get out of the way. I've watched him. Now watch. See, Peter knows if he's coming toward me, I will get out of the way. See, Peter? See, he's out of the way. Yeah.
Peter, how come he didn't catch that foul ball?
Bad hands.
Yeah.
No, I would say smart player.
Strike 2 to A-Rod. You almost got in the game there, Peter.
Frozen hands as well.
Peter, the ball hurts.
I know that.
So when they come up here, I duck. So if you're there, duck.
So when you get a foul ball, that's when you realize they're actually playing hardball. 0-2 to Alex Rodriguez. Fastball misses him. 1-2 now. A-Rod has grounded into a double play and fouled out to first. So Daisuke had a hard time getting people out. He's allowed 4 runs in the first 4 innings, 5 walks, 4 hits. But he's handled A-Rod big time. Inside. 2-2. Matsui on deck. Alex Rodriguez only 1 hit in 10 lifetime at bats against him. The Boston bullpen busy. There's David Aardsma, number 53, warming up now.
Well, they're going to try to coax him through 5 innings. I guarantee you that.
He's had 103 pitches for the game.
And the reason I say that is because as a starter, Daisuke has lost some very tough decisions. You lose 2-1, sometimes 1-0. And he's got the lead here. You want to try to at least let him get through 5 so he could get the win if you win the ball game.
3-2. It was 0-2, keep in mind. To third. Youkilis. Number 2.
A-Rod's hit the ball sharply twice. Even the double play hit into in the first inning. He hit it hard, but he pulled it to third base. That one he hits hard as well, but it's to the third baseman, Youkilis. So he's swinging the bat well. He's swinging okay. It's just he's like Giambi said, he's hitting a lot of balls at people. That ball was hit sharply again. Breaking ball. A little slider. A little slide piece.
A 3-2 slide piece.
Oh, yeah. Well, sometimes it's easier to throw strikes with a slider than it is the fastball. We've seen him, Daisuke being very erratic with his fastball. So I think we're back to that mano a mano thing here now. With Matsuzaki and Matsui. See, he threw him a lot of breaking balls the first time. I've ended up walking. First pitch last time, it was a fastball, and he drilled it over the head of the center fielder. So what does he do this time? He throws a little funny pitch, hoping that Matsui was looking for another fastball.
Matsui has walked and doubled to center. From the Tokyo Giants and Daisuke Matsuzaka, the Seibu Lions. And the breaking ball is up and away. So it's 2-0. The first time, as you mentioned, he didn't seem interested in the slightest in throwing anything straight to Matsui.
And he's not interested now either, but he may have to because it's a 2-0 count.
Jorge Posada would be next, 2 down.
But you can see what he's doing. Even then, he's not throwing it over the plate. He's throwing a sinker, or, something here, something there. And I mean, 3-0 is with a 7-4 lead and 2 down.
Matsui, 2 hits, 8 at bats in Major League Baseball versus Matsuzaka. And a walk. Second time he's walked in this game. 6th walk issued by Daisuke Matsuzaka in 4 2/3 innings. And the batter will be Jorge Posada. Posada has fouled out to the catcher and struck out, so he is not. It's sort of every other batter in the Yankee lineup, Joe, that Daisuke's handled. Which may be how he's doing it. Maybe the reason he's still in the game. Johnny Damon's had 2 walks. The sacrifice fly. Then Cano, the next hitter, 0 for 3. Abreu's had a walk and a double. The next batter, A-Rod, 0 for 3 with a double play. Matsui been on 3 straight times. Then Posada comes up and he's hitless. There's the strike. I'm going with your theory. He seems to be at his best under duress.
Yeah, well, I think he's pitched that way all his career. He's always probably been against the ace of the other team when he was in Japan, and he's always had to pitch like every pitch was that important. But with a 7-1 lead again, he should have been throwing strikes earlier.
Big curveball. Beauty. 0-2. Matsuzaka. It's not been an easy night for him. And the pitch count has been growing and growing. The worst inning for him, the 4th, where the Yankees got 3 runs to get back in the game, a 32-pitch inning. He's at 110 pitches already. Trying to get the final out of the 5th inning. Runner at first, 2 down. Posada lays off. Jorge Posada, who hit .338 last year. Got to be one of the greatest years ever by a 35-year-old catcher.
There were years, 2 or 3 years ago, I thought that he was as valuable as anybody in the league. I mean, he was one of the most valuable players in the whole league, even though he was overshadowed by some guys. I mean, he was consistently.
Into left field, a base hit. 1 hop to Ellsbury. Well, Posada, that's how he hit .338 last year. Last year, .338, that was his best batting average, the most hits, the most doubles, and best on base and best slugging percentage. He set career highs at a time when most catchers' best years are just a memory. And that's one thing about Posada. Not only does he stay in superb condition, but he's never been on the disabled list all these years. He's the only catcher in Major League history to hit at least 330 with at least 40 doubles and 20-plus homers in a season, which he did last year. Now Jason Giambi, he is the possible tying run, and that's ball one. Giambi, who hit that home run to give the Yankees the lead in their win on Friday night here at Fenway. He has flied to shallow left and walked in this game. Only 2 hits all year, however, for Giambi, and 26 official at bats. Matsui at second, Posada at first. And he had kind of a defensive hack right there, Joe, on a low fastball.
Again, I think some of these guys are having problems picking up his release point, or some of the movement, head movement, hesitation is bothering him. But I have to give Veritek a lot of credit tonight. He is fighting hard, trying to get him through this inning. You can see him trying to make the right call, trying to stay right with Daisuke as far as which pitch to throw.
With the high breaking ball, he yanked it foul into the Boston dugout.
Good hitters they handle good breaking balls better than they do the hanging breaking ball.
Matsuzaka in the 5th inning of this game has already thrown 116 pitches.
And he'll throw 120 or so unless they tie more than that, unless they tie the score. They're going to leave him out there to try to finish this 5th inning.
1-2 the count. Center field, Crisp is there.
Well, that's one of those balls that Giambi was talking about. He hit that ball sharply, but right at Crisp.
And against the wind. 7-4 Boston after 4.5. Fenway Park. These citizens of Red Sox Nation, very snugly attired and politically correct here in the capital of Red Sox Nation, Fenway Park. Coco Crisp tries to bunt his way aboard against Ross Ohlendorf, fouling it, and the count is 0-1. A-Rod came rushing in from third.
Already had one bunt single.
He bunted in the 2nd inning against Philip Hughes, and then stole second. Coco Crisp. Ross Ohlendorf in relief of Hughes, and Ohlendorf is starting his third inning of work. 1 strike to count to Crisp. Lugo on deck, and then Ellsbury. You get the 3 fast guys coming up here first for Boston in the 5th inning. And a pop foul that will go back out of play. The Red Sox, all those many years, Joe, it's interesting. You always thought of the Red Sox with their sluggers, and they hadn't had many base stealers. But in 2004, the year they won the World Series for the first time in 86 years, one of the keys to their great comeback that year against the Yankees in the League Championship Series was a stolen base by Dave Roberts, the Maury Wills protege. And the whole season was riding. He went into first base with Mariano Rivera pitching. The whole season was riding on whether he made it or not. Not a whole lot of pressure. Hey, if you don't make it, well, we'll get him next year. That is just foul. But he did make it. And a moment later, Bill Miller singled him home, and they had tied the game against the great Rivera. And maybe they wouldn't have done it. They eventually won in extra innings. Big Papi hit a dramatic home run. Might not have had that chance if Roberts had not stolen that base.
Well, that was the most important play of the season for the Red Sox. You know, in their comeback, they were down 3-0, and they fought back, and that was a key to it. I mean, to the continuing their comeback. But you know, I mean, I have a fond spot in my heart for base stealers anyway. Not just because they're base stealers, but because they have a profound effect on the game over the course of the season.
The next night, actually it was later the same night, because that game 4 had ended after midnight. I think after 1 a.m. actually. So later the same day, Dave Roberts came in again with Mariano Rivera on the mound. And he didn't steal, but Mariano Rivera tried everything in the book to keep him from getting a jump, throwing over, stepping off the slab, holding a long time. Everything you've ever thought of. And then walked the hitter that he was facing and gave Roberts second base. And a little while later, Roberts scored again to tie that game up. 2 blown saves in 2 games by Mariano Rivera. And Dave Roberts was essential in both of them. And then David Ortiz, after hitting the home run to win 1 game, hit a base hit to win the next one. And they never lost another game in that series or that postseason. And that was a weapon that was not much associated with the Red Sox over the years. And that is out number 1, Crisp, retired by Giambi. Here's Steve Berthiaume with a Sports Center right now. Man, are you kidding me? The New York Yankees are in town with 26 championships, playing the Red Sox, who've won twice in the last 4 years. And at the same time, the Montreal Canadiens are in the same town. We've got more championships than any other hockey team. And Lugo thrown out by Alberto Gonzalez, and 2-minute out.
John, we were talking about base stealers, and I talked to one of my favorite base stealers of all time, Davey Lopes, yesterday. Davey's been away from the Phillies. He's a coach with the Philadelphia Phillies, but he's been away because he had prostate cancer and he had surgery done earlier. He's feeling great. I didn't want to say anything on the air before I talked to him and made sure he was okay. And he is okay. And he said he'll see us next week in Philadelphia. Looking forward to that. And then he said later this month he should be back, with the Phillies, traveling with them and coaching. So great news about, one of my favorite guys. But we were adversaries for so long when he played for the Dodgers and I was playing for the Reds, but we've always had a lot of respect for each other.
And I still consider him the record holder for most consecutive steals, because he did it all in a single season. The guy who broke that record got some of them in one season and the rest of them in the next season after taking 6 months off, which is impressive on its own, but a different kind of a record. Davey Lopes, and he's a great teacher of this game too. Look at the Phillies. We were talking about the Red Sox and the fact that base stealing has become more a part of the Red Sox repertoire. Last year they won the World Series again. They didn't have Dave Roberts any longer, But they had Lugo and Crisp, who were genuine base-stealing threats and often stole big bases. And then Ellsbury added to that group. As we look at Ellsbury here, Cano in the dirt, pulled out by Giambi just in time to get the fleet-footed Ellsbury. Nicely done on both ends. Now we head to the 6th inning, and maybe Daisuke's gone. We'll find out.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by State Farm. At home or away, State Farm is there. Call, click, or visit and start saving today. Toro, count on it. And Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Faneuil Hall down at Quincy Market here in the historic city of Boston. 7-4, the Red Sox lead the Yankees. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. And we've got a pitching change. David Aardsma, 26-year-old right-hander, has come on in relief of Daisuke Matsuzaka. And a slider is in there for a strike to Jose Molina. He starts at the bottom of the Yankees batting order. Molina, Alberto Gonzalez, and then leadoff man Johnny Damon coming up. You see Aardsma's numbers for the year. Aardsma out of Penn State University. And the ball misses inside. One ball. And or he went to Penn State 1 year, and then he transferred to Rice University. And he helped the Rice Owls win the NCAA College World Series in 2003. He was a top draft choice of the San Francisco Giants soon after that. He was the 22nd overall player chosen by the Giants in that draft. And he was part of a trade to the Cubs, and later acquired by the White Sox, and the White Sox traded him to the Yankees, or to the Red Sox, I beg your pardon. And now here he is facing the Yankees for Boston.
And as I surmise, they just wanted to get Daisuke through 5 innings so that he would be in line to win the ball game if the Red Sox are able to maintain this lead.
Starting pitcher has to finish the 5th inning to be able to qualify for a win. Jose Molina has hit into a force play and has doubled home a run. 1 for 2. 7-4 Red Sox. There is Youkilis, and he bounces the throw to Casey, but He gets him, and there is one away. Well, it took about 5 hours yesterday, but a David Ortiz Boston Red Sox jersey that was embedded in the concrete of the Yankees' new ballpark that will open next year. The jersey supposedly was to place a curse on the Yankees, according to the New York Post's Sunday edition. And they dug it out. Actually, it was earlier today. And the Yankees president, Randy Levine, and chief operating officer, Lon Trost, removed the jersey. And it was kind of a humorous story there for a while, because it came out in the New York Post and that this happened, and then the Yankees spokesperson said basically, well, that's probably just an April Fool's joke, and we're pretty sure it never happened. And then other workers said that they actually had seen it happen. So finally the Yankees just went ahead and dug it up. Not that they're taking any kind of a curse thing seriously, but that curse of the Bambino, which seemed to be a curse on the Red Sox, seemed to last a long time and worked well for the Yankees. So I guess anybody with either one of these clubs, Joe, if you're talking about curses, they want to stay away from it.
Well, I would guess if on a Sunday, if you said 5 hours, that's a lot of overtime just to get a jersey out of the ground. And to just tear up the concrete, then you got to put it back in. And on a Sunday for a union worker, that's a pretty good scale.
You sound sorry that you already were booked on this Sunday.
Yeah, well.
They should have called you and me. We would have been down there. Gonzalez draws a walk against Ardsma. And now Johnny Damon will come up. And there is LaTroy Hawkins, veteran reliever, getting ready in the Yankee bullpen now. LaTroy Hawkins, who at one time was actually traded in part of a deal that involved David Ardsma, who's on the mound right now for the Red Sox. LaTroy Hawkins went to the Giants in the deal that saw Ardsma go to the Cubs. So here's Damon. He's had 2 walks and a sacrifice fly. And, wow, the ball and about 40 pieces of bat ended up flying up the first baseline right there. Seven to 4, Boston leading. The rubber match of the first series of the year between these two clubs. The Yankees, who won 4 World Series titles in a 5-season spread under Joe Torre. And then the Yankees in 2001 and 2003 got to the series but lost it. The Yankees won the series in 2004 after the Red Sox won the World Series 2004 after an amazing comeback against the Yankees, and then the Red Sox won it again in 2007. They've won 2 World Series since the last time the Yankees even got to the World Series. Things have changed. The dynamic has changed between the two franchises here in recent history.
Well, it was always the Red Sox chasing the Yankees. Now I think it's the Yankees chasing the Red Sox.
Johnny Damon was a key performer in the Red Sox beating the Yankees in 2004. Ardsma, man, he blew that one right by him. Damon was way late. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Robinson Cano on deck. The walk has been the Yankees' primary mode of transportation tonight. They've drawn 7 walks against the Red Sox. Matsuzaka in 5 innings allowed 6 walks and 5 hits. He was always out of the stretch. Men on base over and over and over again. Fastball is low from Ardsma. Ardsma, whose name is A-A-R-D-S-M-A. And Marty Erdoff, who keeps tabs on things like this, points out that he has replaced Hank Aaron at the top of the alphabetical list of baseball players. Hank Aaron played his first major league game on this date 54 years ago. 54 years ago today.
And John, I actually tried to call Hank last week because his mother, Estella, passed away. And a lot of us remember when he broke Babe Ruth's record, his mom came out and gave him that mother to son hug and just squeezed him to death. And I really know how he feels about losing a parent. So I tried to call him and let him know that I was praying for him.
Henry Aaron. In fact, everybody looked at it as a sort of a beautiful moment that his mom was out there to congratulate him as he crossed home plate. But she revealed later on he had received so many death threats. The FBI was investigating these threats. They had people protecting him, bodyguards and whatnot. She said that she went out there not so much to congratulate him, but to protect him. She wrapped her arms around him in case somebody was going to try to shoot him. The mother's love for the son in a very tangible way. Here is Robinson Cano, and that's a ball up and away. Now John Farrell, the Boston pitching coach, is going to go to the mound and talk to David Ardsma. He's having a terrible time throwing strikes, and the Yankees got guys coming up now who could turn this game around in a hurry. Say, friends, when you can't be home to watch your favorite Major League Baseball team, check out MLB.TV. Watch every out-of-market game this season live online. More details, visit www.mlb.com, MLB.TV. The Boston bullpen is busy again. There's Javier Lopez, the left-hander, starting to get ready. You've got a string of lefties up here. Damon has just walked. Now Cano, another lefty, at the plate. And the left-handed batting, Abreu on deck. A-Rod after him. Cano is 0 for 3 tonight. He is the only Yankee to start the game who has not reached base. That's a strike. Ardsman after walking 2 straight hitters and falling behind this one. Robinson Cano finally finds the strike zone. 7-4 Red Sox. They were ahead 7-1 after 3. The Yankees got 3 in the 4th, and they're threatening to get more here in the 6th. That change up low. 2-1 now. And again, we pointed it out a couple of times earlier. The Red Sox bullpen's a little bit short tonight. With Terry Francona saying before the game he wasn't going to use Papelbon after his heavy load yesterday of pitching and warming up. That's a foul into the seats down the left field line. 2-2 to Cano. And he didn't want to use Okajima because he had already worked 3 straight days. They've already let the big lead partially get away. The 7-1 lead is now 7-4. Papelbon is out of the bullpen with his fellow bullpenners nonetheless. 2-2 the count. 3-2. You know, looking back at this game, the way it's been played so far, Joe, I feel that it would have been just as well if we put every hitter up there and just told him the count is 3-2 before any pitch was thrown to him.
This is a situation I don't think he will send him. But again, we saw Girardi do it when they were down 3 runs.
They're not going. And Casey thought about second base with Damon running, then thought, now we're ahead by 3. I better get the Shore out here. No heroics. Gonzalez over to third, Damon over to second. 2 down.
I think what happened is he was going to go to second, but Damon had gotten in his line between his throw, between him and Lugo, because he had time to take the out at second base.
He was afraid he might hit the runner.
See what happens here. That would have been a little tough situation, so he took the Sure out, which is the right thing to do when you have the lead.
Bobby Abreu now, runners at second and third, 2 down, and a fastball up and away from Ardsma. Ball 1. Well, I think that was good thinking too.
Yeah.
The discretion was the better part of valor, right?
Just
there.
take the Sure out. You're in a situation now when you have a 7-4 lead. you trade a base for the out.
Well, Abreu could make it a one-run game with a base hit. 2-0. And Alex Rodriguez on deck.
With Alex coming up next, I think you're going to get a pretty good pitch to hit here if you're Bobby Abreu.
Well, if there's anything to that theory that hitting right in front of a great slugger gets your pitches to hit, well, this would be the time. 2-0 the count. Toward the wall, but it's not going to reach it. An easy play for Ellsbury. And the inning ends just like that. 2 more stranded for the Yankees. They've left 8 men on. Pedroia, Drew, and Manny Ramirez coming up. And Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons at Fenway Park on a cold New England night. And the Red Sox holding a 7-4 lead over the Yankees. The Yankees go to their bullpen once more for the veteran LaTroy Hawkins, who will make his 6th appearance. LaTroy, you see that earned run average 12.6. He had one game where he just got annihilated. It's going to take him a while to whittle that ERA down as a result.
Take a long time.
So fortunately, he's already gotten the contract. That's going to be tough to get that down. It's going to happen over a long period of time. Here is Dustin Pedroia. And he takes a call and strike. Peter Gammons, Dustin Pedroia, the Red Sox, and a Rookie of the Year last year.
He is, and he is the energy of this team. I mean, he's here at the ballpark every day at 1 o'clock. The amazing thing, the hand-eye coordination, the second lowest swing and miss percentage in the league last year.
He belts one toward the wall, off the wall, and Matsui, and his throw's a little bit offline. Pedroia's going for it, and he's out. A diving tag by Cano. Pedroia actually stopped for a moment. Then when he saw the throw was offline, then he really accelerated. But they still got him. One away. And Matsui plays that wall pretty well for an out-of-towner.
Well, as soon as Pedroia hit this ball, he knows it's off the wall, so he's going to try to get a double out of it. But a fine play by Matsui. Comes up to throw his offline. If he wouldn't have hesitated so long, I think he'd have made it. And he was trying to help the umpire with the call. He was trying to get Brian O'Nora to say safe. Well, he didn't hesitate too long. but he was yelling no.
J.D. Drew, the hitter, 1 out, nobody on, and Cano with another chance, and that is out number 2. Peter Gammons, you were talking about Dustin Pedroia.
Well, what I find fascinating about him is he's really about 5'5", and he doesn't run very well, but his work ethic, his swing, he's never had a season in high school, college, or in professional baseball in which he's had more strikeouts than either walks or extra base hits. I'm a great believer in guys that make contact. And his hands are about the size of my hands. And he's played over 450 games professionally, and he's missed 10 ground balls. In the minor leagues, Joe, as you know, those fields are pretty tough.
Dustin Pedroia off to a great start in his young career. Manny Ramirez comes up now.
He made one of the great plays last year that I'd ever seen. Remember, it's the ball up the middle, and it
Buchholz no-hitter.
Just an unbelievable play.
One of the greatest plays you'll ever see.
Yeah.
Manny, 2 hits and a walk with a run batted in, 2 runs scored. Facing LaTroy Hawkins with 2 down. Manny, 12 RBIs for the year. This is the 13th game of the year for the Red Sox. They've not been scoring a whole lot of runs, but Manny has been outstanding, as he's been for most of his career. 2-0 the count. And LaTroy a little bit low. 3-0. Youkilis on deck. Dustin Pedroia, I remember when we saw him for the first time, Joe, we were both kind of amazed at what a hard swing he took. It looked like an uppercut swing, like he was trying to launch the ball over that wall and left.
I'm still amazed at how hard he swings and how much contact he makes, because he does swing hard. And it's not unusual for hitters to swing hard, but it is for someone who doesn't hit a lot of home runs.
3-1 the count to Ramirez. And 3-2.
That's interesting. Manny's taking all the way.
Manny, 26 career at bats against Hawkins and a 346 average against him. So he's seen a lot of him, had some success against him, never hit a home run against him. Off the right field line, foul. That is Youkilis on deck. He would be next. Manny will head back to the box. I asked Manny about being a DH. He doesn't often DH. He's always playing the field. So what do you do between at bats to stay loose? Strike 3 called on the outside, and Manny knew it. First time he's been retired tonight. Alex Rodriguez will be coming up. We go to the 7th. Baseball from Fenway Park. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons, your Sunday night telecasters. And this is where you'll find us every Sunday, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. We'll always have a Major League ball game for you. Tonight, the ball game goes on even into the time when ordinarily we'll be watching SportsCenter. SportsCenter will be a little bit delayed tonight. The Yankees and Red Sox have not finished with business here in this weekend series. Each team has won a game. This is the rubber match. Now you've got Alex Rodriguez trying to get something going. And A-Rod has not been on base. Neither A-Rod nor Cano have reached base. And a pop-up as he faces Archman here. Not much room in foul ground there, and Casey runs out of room.
I think the cold weather is still having an effect on a lot of the hitters, John, because you see a lot of pitches that we see guys drive, and they're late on them because I think the cold weather is just affecting them a little bit more. That pitch there, a fastball in the middle, and he was late on it. Cano, the same thing. And again, cold weather affects certain hitters more than others.
A-Rod has not had the ball out of the infield tonight. The slider misses inside. 2-1.
Watch where this pitch is. Fastball in the middle of the plate, and he's late on it. And he fouls it over the first base dugout. And again, I think that you're not loose when it's cold. You just don't feel like your hands are quick. And if you don't feel like they're quick, they're not going to be quick.
Protecting on the outside part of the plate. It's toward Pesky's pole there, and just foul. Crossed foul just in front of the foul pole there. It's only 302 feet to that foul pole from home plate here at Fenway.
And I saw Johnny tonight in the clubhouse. Always cheerful.
Johnny he's the ageless one. He looks great. Johnny Pesky, who played for the Red Sox, managed the Red Sox, broadcast for the Red Sox, coached for the Red Sox. Two and two to Alex Rodriguez. Hideki Matsui on deck. Jorge Posada due up third in the inning. Shallow right. And right there is Drew. And Alex Rodriguez is 0 for 4. Tuesday will be the anniversary of Jackie Robinson's first Major League Baseball game. And Major League Baseball will honor a man whose impact will never be forgotten. Celebrate this historic occasion at ballparks nationwide the day after tomorrow, Tuesday, April 15th. The 61st anniversary of Jackie Robinson breaking the so-called color line in Major League Baseball.
The Mets are having a special ceremony in Shea Stadium. They're going to, actually it's the new stadium, they're going to dedicate that archway to Jackie. Rachel's going to be there, his lovely wife.
The sort of the rotunda, the entrance. Hideki Matsui has walked, doubled, and walked again. One strike to count to him. The number 42 has been forever retired in Major League Baseball, but it can be unretired, according to Commissioner Bud Selig, on Tuesday only for any player who wants to honor Jackie Robinson.
And there you see the Jackie Robinson Foundation, established in 1973 by his lovely wife Rachel. I'm very proud to serve on the board of directors of the Jackie Robinson Foundation, and the most important thing here is this graduation rate of 97% of the scholars who receive scholarships from the Jackie Robinson Foundation. And I think that's the most important part of it, not only to keep the legacy of Jackie Robinson alive, but to do something positive with that memory. And Rachel has done a fabulous job with the foundation and keeping us abreast of what they're doing there all the time. She's just a fabulous lady.
Deep center, but the wind holds that one up. Coco Crisp out number 2. Jackie Robinson's first game at Ebbets Field, April the 15th, 1947. A day a long time coming And of course, he was certainly the center of attention that day. There was only one African-American player in that ballpark on the field, and that was Jackie Robinson, number 42, in that ballpark or any other ballpark that year.
You know, the photos of Jackie are a little bit like the photos we have of Babe Ruth. You know, Babe Ruth was really a thin outfielder when he first started. Jackie was smaller there, as you can see, but later on he moved to third base because he was a little bigger. But those are the things you remember, the final pictures you see of someone. But that was a very good photo of Jackie there, video of him running.
And he was a dynamic player. Yeah. He could hit, he could run, and he turned games around with his speed. His base stealing totals were not huge, but he got the attention of infielders and pitchers. Nice play by Pedroia to get Jorge Posada just barely. And David Arnsma has an excellent seventh inning, retiring the heart of the Yankees order. 1-2-3. 7-4 Red Sox. Red Sox 7, Yankees 4, as we go to the last half of the seventh inning now at Fenway Park. Sunday night baseball from Fenway. Both clubs playing at 500 coming in. Both clubs having won one game in this series. By the way, in the background there was Mariah Carey singing "I'll Be Loving You Long Time" from her new album EMC Squared. The album will be released on Tuesday. Usually that means E equals MC squared. Album will be dropped Tuesday. There's strike one to Kevin Youkilis from LaTroy Hawkins. Youkilis hitting .349. He's had a hand in 3 of the Boston runs. He's knocked in 2 of them and scored 1. 2 hits, 2 official at bats plus a sacrifice fly. A-Rod backhands it. Now the long throw. Got him. So Youkilis is gone. 1 down. Sean Casey coming up. Here's the Lowe's home team advantage. Red Sox have sold out every home game since mid-May 5 years ago. The second longest streak in Major League history. The other team that actually sold out more than that consecutively featured a guy named Manny Ramirez. Jacobs Field in Cleveland. Red Sox have had 8 consecutive seasons of setting a club record for attendance.
Well, they keep adding 1,000 seats every year.
Park keeps getting bigger and bigger.
That's what, they actually added 1,000 seats. I was trying to figure out where they are. Okay, where's the Coca-Cola? Okay, there it is. Yeah, I know they added 1,000 seats, but they say this is it. They're not going to expand anymore.
Sean Casey, the hitters, doubled, singled home a run, and walked. So he has not been retired. Red Sox have 9 hits and they've received 6 walks. A lot of base runners.
Well, Tom Archer said they're going to add some more seats. I read where they were going to finish, but I guess they've decided to add some more.
That is Giambi. And Casey retired. Well,
in case you've forgotten, John, Tom Archer's the producer.
The producer of Sunday Night Baseball.
Correct.
Yeah, I've met him.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
A couple years ago.
That you knew who I was talking about.
You introduced him to me.
Yeah, thanks.
2 down, and here's Jason Varitek. Red Sox finishing up their first week of home games here today. Opening day was last Tuesday with the Detroit Tigers in town. Varitek gets a soaring pop-up high in the sky. And there is Abreu. 3 up and 3 down. LaTroy Hawkins has brought sanity back into the proceedings. To the 8th inning, still 7-4 Red Sox.
Taco Bell, think outside the bun. And in part by GMC, we are professional grade. And Energizer E-Squared Lithium, keep going.
Is that John Adams? That's John Adams, the second president of the United States. No, now we're told that's not John Adams.
Well, it's not. It's Samuel.
That's Samuel Adams. Well, where's John Adams?
Well, they've got a movie on HBO right now with John. It's pretty good.
Paul Giamatti playing John Adams.
Yeah, pretty good.
We got Mike Timlin in the game now for the Red Sox, and we'll see how long he can go, and we'll see if this idea that we're not going to be able to use Daisuke Matsuzaka will hold up, or I beg your pardon, Daisuke already pitched. Hideki Okajima, the reliever, he's worked 3 straight games, and Terry Francona did not want to use him tonight. They got 2 innings of outs to get, however. Jason Giambi will lead off. Jason Giambi, who's front and center in the steroid era of Major League Baseball. And 2 days ago, Major League Baseball and the Players Association agreed to modify their joint drug agreement. Changes include added authority for the independent program administrator, added tests for players in season and off season. Giambi takes ball 1, and what amounts to amnesty for those players named in the Mitchell report. So there's a list of some of the changes in the drug policy in Major League Baseball. The list of banned substances was lengthened, and both players and management agreed to underwrite and participate in programs designed to educate parents and children about the dangers of performance-enhancing drugs. 1-1 now to Giambi. And Peter Gammons is here with us. And Peter, they did not hire an outside agency to administer this drug testing policy. So how truly independent will the administrator be under this new policy?
Well, the Players Association is a little bit afraid of there could be abuses in it. And Bud Selig is very smart to get far more stringent testing and get more repeated testing. That's a trade-off you make. They can work together. They get an independent guy. It isn't totally done outside as suggested by George Mitchell, but to get the agreement and get far more stringent testing is far more important at this point, and he did it.
Giambi into deep right. Back is Drew all the way back, and it's gone. Jason Giambi leads off the 8th inning with a home run. It's the second time in 3 nights here that he has homered against Mike Timlin.
Well, as I said, he told me he was swinging the bat well, and he hit the ball hard last time up to center field, and the wind knocked it down, but there isn't any wind blowing in any direction now, and he just drills it over the right field wall. Down and in. Perfect spot for left-handed slugger. And J.D. Drew gave it a good shot, but couldn't get there.
Could have gone back another foot or 2. He might have caught it. Here's Jose Molina, who is 1 for 3 in the game with an RBI double. One strike the count to Jose Molina. So it is 7-5 now. The Red Sox are leading, and still 6 outs to go. The lead is down to 2 runs. Peter Gammons, we're talking about the new drug agreement between baseball and the Players Association. And I know the George Mitchell, the man who did the investigation, wrote the report. He suggested a lot of things that he hoped Major League Baseball would implement along these lines. And George Mitchell seemed rather lukewarm in terms of his endorsement of this agreement.
Well, I think one thing he wanted, he did want totally independent testing, and I think Bud Selig did as well. But again, the Players Association was worried about potential abuses, and the trade-offs. You're better off getting more testing than to have the association stonewall. But one thing I was told is that the players themselves made it very clear they want more stringent testing for the good of the game, and they also want the level playing field, and that's a very good step forward for baseball. So in the end, the Mitchell report may have ended up having a fairly strong impact on the sport.
Well, I think it definitely had a strong impact on the sport, along with the congressional hearings, of course. I'm in agreement with the fact that the Players Association realized what's happening and we're making it a level playing field. All the time recently, John, we've been talking about the guys who were mentioned in the Mitchell report and whether they denied it or said, yes, I did it, and we're giving some of those guys kudos. Well, I don't agree with that. I think the guys who should be patted on the back are the guys who didn't do anything, the guys who went out and played the game on the way it's supposed to be played. And as Peter's saying, now maybe they will have a level playing field to get rid of some of the guys who were cheating, because the guys who were not cheating, we don't even talk about them. We don't even give them any credit. It's like, well, they did it. And again, I've always felt like we said for a while there, it is part of the game. Well, it wasn't part of the game, but the players were making it a part of the game. And some of those guys who were not taking steroids or doing anything illegal, performance-enhancing drugs, they were at a disadvantage. And again, I think we should maybe make sure we pat those people on the back who didn't do anything, rather than trying to figure out how to deal with the people who did do something.
Well, and I agree with you. On the other hand, the problem is knowing for sure who wasn't. And we know this list of people who apparently were.
Well, John, I wasn't so interested.
I think everybody was a suspect. That's the big problem.
I wasn't so interested in names, from the Mitchell report. I was more interested in when it started, what was the heights of its usage, and where are we now. Those are the things that I wanted to know. I wasn't really interested with, the names. I wasn't looking for 80 names or 90 names, because there were more than that involved over the years. I would have rather for us not to have even seen those names. Just find out when, where, and how. And I still believe if we would have given the players some amnesty, maybe we would have been able to find out when it started.
Amnesty in the first place when the investigation first began.
When the investigation began, so the players would go talk, get some amnesty. They know that they're not going to be penalized, be able to tell what they knew, and then we could have maybe found out exactly what I was looking for, when, where, and how.
You got a pinch runner at first, Wilson Beta-Meat, the pinch hitter Melky Cabrera for Gonzalez, and he hits a base hit to right field, and here come the Yankees. The possible tying runs are now on base. But the Red Sox bullpen, we've talked about this several times during the course of the game. Red Sox bullpen a little short at the end with the two top late inning relievers, Okajima and Papelbon, not being available tonight by manager's decision. And here comes Terry Francona now. He's got the left-hander Javier Lopez up in the bullpen. The next three hitters due up for the Yankees are all lefties: Damon, Cano, and Abreu. And so, here in the eighth, the Yankees have made it a two-run game. 2 men on, nobody out, and Lopez coming in to face Johnny Damon. who once trailed in this game 7-1, going to the fourth inning, are now trailing 7-5. In the eighth inning, a run is in on the Giambi homer, and 2 men are on as Javier Lopez, a left-hander, comes in. With the Yankees having 3 left-handed hitters in a row due up, Johnny Damon, Robinson Cano, and Bobby Abreu. The Yankees have only 2 non-pitchers still available on their bench, and one of those is Derek Jeter, whom they do not want to use tonight. But Jeter's available, and Morgan Ensberg, an infielder, is still available. There's Jeter in his heavy cold weather attire, talking to Alex Rodriguez. So here is Johnny Damon. Now, Joe, they're on the road here. 2 men on. In the National League, you might say, well, this is a bunting situation. What about the American League at Fenway Park?
Well, the Yankees have bunted 6 times so far this year. I'm not sure they'll do it here, but they have bunted on 6 occasions this season.
And then maybe they were trying to find out if Damon would give a bunt away there.
Well, he acted like he may be starting to square around there.
So you think if you're Terry Francona, you got the information you wanted?
Well, yeah, but what are you going to do about it anyway? I mean, there's nothing you can do if he squares around. He didn't square.
He takes a strike.
Yeah.
Damon has walked 3 times tonight. The one trip to the plate where he did not walk, he hit a sacrifice fly back in the 4th inning. You've got Betamit at second, Cabrera at first, who is the possible tying run. Pedroia tags one to first. Double play. Beautiful. Dustin Pedroia did it maybe the only way it could have been done.
Well, he took it the sure way. That's for sure. But he made a great play because he started to charge the ball. Even if he wasn't going to tag him, he charged the ball. That would help get it to second base quicker. And he kind of faked Cabrera out. Watch, he kind of fakes him out because he's charging the ball. And then he goes and gets Cabrera. And they get Damon at first base. And if you're Cabrera, of course, you're not supposed to run into that double play. But I don't think he felt like he was going to come tagging. But a great job by Pedroia.
Here's Cano. So a huge double play. And not only was Johnny Damon not bunting and trying to move the runners over, he ends up hitting into a double play. The worst case scenario of that at bat. There is Manny Del Carmen now warming up in the Boston bullpen. Abreu, another lefty, is on deck. Cano slaps at it, fouling it off to the left. Cano is 0 for 4. Cano 0 for 4. Alex Rodriguez 0 for 4. Otherwise, every Yankee hitter has reached base, and usually more than once. 1-1 to Cano. Off to a very slow start again this year, hitting 173. Betamit at third, 2 down. 1-2 the count.
That got the umpire. That foul ball hit him on his right hand. And that's why Veritek is going out to give him some time.
Jerry Crawford. A painful foul ball for him.
And a cold night like tonight, very painful.
Trying to shake it off. Literally.
His dad was the first in the long round of officials. Shag Crawford was in the big leagues when I first came in.
National League umpire.
Yeah.
In those days they had National League and American League umpires. 1-2 pitch. Got a piece of it. And hopefully didn't get a piece of Jerry Crawford again.
His brother's an NBA official. And of course he's I mean, he's still trying to shake it off.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Robinson Cano. 7-5, Boston ahead in the 8th.
His brother Joey Crawford in the NBA.
Longtime NBA ref. Struck it. No, he got a piece of it. I beg your pardon. Still alive. Battling it out. Cano, a .314 lifetime hitter. But mired in a terrible slump right now. Runs have been hard to come by for the Yankees early this season. They've averaged just about 3 runs per game. Their slowest start offensively 12 games in 36 years. It looked like Crawford actually flinched there a little bit before deciding to call it a ball.
Well, I tell you what, it was a good pitch. He had been going away, and he comes inside. But it's a good pitch no matter what. I mean, it's a great setup pitch. Because every other pitch was away. He could have had Cano commit to swinging at it because it was that close.
Cano's had men on base every time he's batted tonight. Got one at third right now. And the slider low and outside, 3-2. Bobby Abreu, another lefty, on deck with A-Rod behind him. Jorge Posada, who's the DH tonight. But they lifted the catcher, Molina, for a pinch runner. Posada will have to catch in the last of the 8th. He's the only other catcher. And they'll lose the DH. And he comes in to play the field. And there's Pedroia. The inning is over. Great work by Javier Lopez. 7-5 Red Sox as we go to the last of the 8th. Inning. Don't forget, SportsCenter follows the game. We'll have the whole story from the Masters at Augusta. Underdog rules. And winning the NBA West. And the playoff pucks in overtime. The whole story next on SportsCenter. Wilson Benamin stays in to play shortstop for the Yankees. Jorge Posada, the designated hitter, becomes the catcher now that Molina's out, so they lose the DH. Melky Cabrera stays in to play center field. Johnny Damon is out, and Kyle Farnsworth comes in to pitch. And he will be listed in the spot where Damon had been, the leadoff spot in the order, not due up until 8th in the next go-round. That's a solid single to center for Coco Crisp, his second hit of the day. The Yankee bullpen has pitched 5 scoreless innings so far. Here's Steve Berthiaume with a Sports Center right now.
Well, John, ESPN televised the first 2 rounds of the Masters, and I was down there. I actually was there for 3 days. First 3 days, Saturday afternoon, I had to come up to Boston, but I went down with a buddy of mine, Ernie Hodge. We had a great time at the Masters. You'll have to go sometime. You'll love it. It's a great place.
I thought you said I wasn't a good enough golfer to go down there.
No, we didn't. I didn't play either.
You weren't there to golf?
No, okay. I went to watch the good golfers. Beautiful golf course, though.
So it was a great experience?
Great experience.
I thought you wanted to do that for years.
Yeah, great experience.
Julio Lugo. There goes Crisp. And they won't even get a throw off.
Well, they wanted to test Posada anyway. They realized that he's got a sore shoulder. And I'm sure he didn't warm it up well enough to, test it tonight. They didn't want to test it anyway, because he's thinking about either catching tomorrow or the next day.
They said that he would throw tomorrow and that likely he would end up catching. So you think that was what it was? You think he didn't throw because they told him not to throw?
Well, I'm sure that it's cold weather out here. Otherwise, if he was okay to catch, he would have caught out earlier.
Abreu's got a strong arm, but Crisp is very fast. He's testing it. Wow! Safe! And Bobby Abreu showed off that arm right there, but Coco Crisp was just too quick.
And it was an accurate throw as well, John, right on the money. The only thing, he caught it off to the side a little bit. Watch, he catches over, shifts it over. Now look at this throw, right on line. Excellent throw, but Crisp, being the speedy base runner that he is, really didn't have a shot.
So Crisp with a single, stole second. Lugo gets him to third with a fly ball. That's Lugo doing his job. Now the Yankees bring the infield in as Jacoby Ellsbury comes up. He's 1 for 3. Almost hit him. A hard throwing Farnsworth can be wild at times.
Well, they've decided that they're going to pitch him inside anyway, with hard stuff in. And that's just a matter of whether he can throw strikes on the inner half or not. See Posada set up in there again. I mean, that's just the way the pattern that all the teams are going to use until he proves that he can handle the ball inside.
The right-handed hitting Pedroia is on deck. The Red Sox was 7 runs on the board, but they have not scored since the 3rd inning. This is going to be a long run. Cabrera's got it. Heading home is Crisp, and he scores easily.
2 nice plays. Nice play by Cabrera to make the catch, and a nice play by Crisp to tag up.
There are a lot of scenarios where you would not advise a guy to tag up on a shallow fly ball.
Normally you tell a guy to go maybe halfway there, but Chris saw that he wasn't going to be able to catch it, be standing under it. He was going to catch it on the run, even if he would not have had to dive, and Chris was still going to go. See, Chris thinks he's going to catch it. If the ball drops, he knows he can still score with his speed.
Conversely, if Crisp was not a real fast runner, he should have just come down the line.
Yeah. But good play by Cabrera in center, Melky Cabrera, and a good play by Coco Crisp.
Because if Crisp had come down the line, he would not have been able to score.
No, he wouldn't have been able to get back and score.
So that's the Red Sox. We were talking about this earlier, Joe. The Red Sox have the sluggers. They have Manny Ramirez. They have Big Papi, David Ortiz. They got some guys who can launch the ball, which is a Red Sox tradition. But they have other ways to score now. We just saw one of those, a single, a steal by Crisp, and then 2 fly balls, and that's a very big run.
Well, one thing to remember, you know, Big Papi and Manny, one of these days they're not going to be around. So you have to start developing another type of game plan. You're not going to find, in my opinion, another Big Papi or Manny Ramirez in the next few years. So you're going to have to play the game a little differently.
Pedroia 1 for 4, 2 for 5 now. His second hit. Although his other one, he hit off the left field wall and he was thrown out trying to stretch the single into a double. This time a solid single to center.
One of the things I like about Pedroia is that I don't care how many curveballs you throw him. When you throw him a fastball, he's going to swing at it and hit it hard. He took a lot of curveballs and hasn't hit one all night. But every time they throw him a curveball to start this at bat. Then he comes back with a fastball and he hammers it up the middle. He hit the other one off the wall in left field. And that takes, you know, that's a style of hitting that he has, because a lot of guys, you throw them a lot of curveballs, they'll start to look for it.
There he goes. And Posada does not throw. Right. And they had to have told him not to throw.
It's pretty obvious what's happening, and it's pretty obvious that Terry Francona realized that as well.
Pedroia is not a base stealer like Coco Crisp or Lugo or Ellsbury.
No, they just sit him because they knew this situation with Posada's arm.
1 ball, 1 strike to J.D. Drew. Girardi took his best shot in the 8th inning. Joey said, we got a run in, we got Molina on, let's take our shot. It's Fenway Park after all. And Drew is gone as Matsui makes the catch. Last chance for the Yankees coming up. Abreu, then A-Rod and Matsui, the 3, 4, 5 spots in the order. And the Yankees trail the Red Sox 8-5. We go to the 9th inning from Fenway Park. The Red Sox won here yesterday, coming from behind to win. The Yankees won on Friday back of Chin-Ming Wong and his 2-hitter. Now the Red Sox, despite the problems of Daisuke Matsuzaka staying in the strike zone, are 3 outs away from getting a win. And they could well be asking Javier Lopez to get one of those outs with A-Rod, the right-handed hitter, up next. They've got the right-hander Manny Del Carmen warming up in the bullpen. But we'll see, because after A-Rod, another lefty, Matsui, will come up. Playing tonight without Okajima, their left-handed setup man, and Papelbon, their outstanding closer.
I think it depends on what happens to Abreu, whether he faces A-Rod or not. Because if he can get Abreu, A-Rod can't hit a 3-1 homer.
So if he gets Abreu,
because remember Matsui is after follows A-Rod,
so we just leave him in there.
Correct.
0-2 the count. Abreu, you mentioned earlier in the telecast how Abreu was 0 for 10 against Daisuke, so maybe he didn't pick up the ball well from him or whatever. He did get a hit tonight against Daisuke. How about this against Javier Lopez? 2 for 16. And that's Lopez's specialty. That's why he exists, to get the tough left-handed hitters out in a big spot. And he's gotten a lot of them out over the years, especially Bobby Abreu. 0-2 the count. Abreu trying to get aboard to start something. Hello. 1 ball and 2 strikes. They still have Del Carmen and Tavares ready, but Okajima and Papelbon, not that they couldn't pitch, but manager Francona, because of their workload, they needed to have the night off, and he stayed true to that, which probably isn't easy if you're managing the Red Sox and you have a chance to beat the Yankees. You like to beat them when you have them down, and that is a ball too low. But they might beat him anyway. He's got 3 outs that he still needs to get with a 3-run lead.
Well, it's still early in the season as well. Every game is important, but you do not want to risk losing 2 games because you can't use Papelbon or Okajima later on in the week.
2-2 the count. Nice pickup, and he got him. Abreu racing up the line, and Lugo with a very strong arm, and he needed it to retire Abreu, who was really moving well.
Well, he was moving well because he hit the ball on the move, a la Ichiro. He's starting to move. See, his swing takes him towards first base. Ichiro swings that way, and Ichiro beats out a lot of ground balls. You could see that Lugo looked up and saw that he had to hurry, and he almost threw it away. But that's what happens when you're swinging and you're moving towards first base. You get down the line very quickly.
So now, because he got Abreu out, we're figuring he's made the call for Del Carmen, the right-hander, to face Alex Rodriguez. 8-5 Red Sox. New pitcher coming in. We'll be right back. This is our 19th season of Sunday Night Baseball. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Peter Gammon's also here with us. 2 outs away from a win over the Yankees and a win in this series, the first of the year between these two clubs. And here is Manny Del Carmen to make his 8th appearance of the year, a Boston native. And Del Carmen tries to get the save here for Daisuke Matsuzaka. Matsuzaka, who was shaky. 5 innings, 4 runs, 5 hits allowed, 6 walks, 116 pitches while he was in there. But one man who did not get on with either a hit or a walk against Daisuke or against anybody else is at the plate right now, Alex Rodriguez. Ball 1 from the hard-throwing Del Carmen. That was 97 miles an hour. David Ardsma, 2 strong innings to help get them here. Then Mike Timlin, an inning and a third. Or rather, Timlin faced 3 hitters and gave up a run. And then Javier Lopez, an inning and a third, faced 3 hitters and got 4 outs. He did a fabulous job. And Alex Rodriguez has not had much experience against Manny Del Carmen. 0 for 2, has not had a hit against him. It's been a long night for A-Rod, that's for sure. 0 for 4. He was taken all the way there, Joe.
Yeah, but he hasn't swung the bat that poorly. He's hit the ball sharply twice, once into a double play and once on a ground out to third. Well, I mean, two balls, no strikes. You're down 3 runs. You're just trying to get base runners.
They need a couple of base runners at least. He throws hard, this guy.
Well, he throws hard with some movement.
Last year, in the 9th inning of games, Alex hit an amazing .463 with 8 9th-inning home runs. And some of them were game winners, including right here at Fenway Park against Papelbon on Sunday Night Baseball. They struck him out.
Well, he went after him with all hard stuff, and the last 2 pitches were out of the strike zone. But again, he has movement on his fastball. It looked like it was going to be a strike, and all of a sudden it's up and away.
Del Carmen has the kind of stuff that makes you think closer. But they're already pretty well stocked in that regard with Jonathan Papelbon. Here's Hideki Matsui. 2 down, nobody on. Matsui's had 2 walks and a double. And it's flied out deep to center. Strike 1. He's one of the Yankees who has started off well at the plate. He's hitting .350 at the moment. Sunday Night Baseball moving into Monday here on the East Coast. 2 minutes after midnight Eastern Time, Monday the 14th. Ball 1. Off-speed pitch that time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Posada would be next. A strike on the outside. 1 strike left for the Yankees. $37,876, the paid crowd. That is a post-World War II record crowd at Fenway Park. And everybody who's still here is standing. Hey, curved him, and he just got a piece of it. This guy's got quite a repertoire of pitches, too.
Well, he's got good stuff, as you mentioned. Anytime you can throw a fastball 95 plus, they have to sit on the fastball. So anything else, they're just protecting.
Red Sox showing some depth in that bullpen. Fastball very high without using Okajima and Papelbon, their top 2 late inning relievers who ordinarily would have handled the 8th and 9th innings at least tonight. But they've been a little overworked lately. So they were not going to be used by Terry Francona. But he's shown some other people out there that can help the Red Sox. Matsui fouls off that high fastball. Still 2-2. David Ardsma went 2. And Ardsma, 2 of his most important innings as a Red Sox yet. And he started off shakily. When he came out in the 6th inning, he walked a couple. But then he settled in and retired the last 5 men he faced. 2 shutout innings for him. Javier Lopez was magnificent in the 8th inning, inheriting 2 runners. Now Del Carmen looking to get that final out. And that fastball had some sinking action down to the way and out of the strike zone. Full count. Nothing comes easily on this night for the Red Sox. A game which they once led 7-1. They lead now 8-5 in the 9th. Matsui battling. Will make Del Carmen throw yet another one. Still 3-2. You saw Manny Ramirez. He's all bundled up. He's got the gear for an Arctic expedition, I think. Josh Beckett, yesterday's winning pitcher, the Red Sox ace. Three and 2. Pedroia. The ball game is over, and the Red Sox in the first round have taken 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, and they will meet up again in just 3 days, Wednesday and Thursday at Yankee Stadium in New York. Joe will be there for Wednesday Night Baseball.
Correct.
At 7 Eastern Time. And our Chevrolet player of the game, the Red Sox, Kevin Youkilis. He had 2 singles, a sacrifice fly, 2 RBIs, and a run scored, plus a very fine game defensively at third base. Chevrolet is proud to recognize today's best and tomorrow's future, supporting youth baseball nationwide. Final score 8-5. The Red Sox over the Yankees. Daisuke Matsuzaka with his 3rd win of the year, and Del Carmen gets the save. Up next on ESPN Sports Center. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Now for Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons, John Miller saying so long from Boston.